The sky so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one. Got a pride of a fallen night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me, where did we go so wrong?
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Sheree Geo. You are stepping beyond the veil with us this evening. A little rough start here, but, we were debating once again, should we do a show, should we not do a show? I don't know. Should we do a show, should we not? And last minute, as always, most awesome listeners. Like, we've been broadcasting for almost 10 years now.
8 years.
8 years, yeah. Our 8-year anniversary was November 5th. Remember the 5th of November. And, throughout that whole time, I've got to say that I've never been happier as a broadcaster as I am now. And I've never felt more connected with each and every one of you out there. So we'll be right back, and we'll jump into it right on the other side, right here on Beyond the Veil.
Greetings, Earth Explorers. My name is Brooks Agnew, and I am your host on X Squared Radio every Sunday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. This is where the past meets the future. We explore the mysteries of the universe and of the Earth. We might go a little past your imagination, but have no fear. You will be safely traveling with us. We will dissolve the propaganda of dangerous people with dangerous plans for the planet. We will discuss the latest technologies and challenges for humankind. We will discover the safest place for you to stand when the thinkings and doings of mankind come flying apart, and how you can be one of the people that helps put it back together. Join us.
Before the soul can see, the harmony within must first be attained, and the fleshly eyes be rendered blind to all illusion, as you step beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump right into it. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, Dave, and I think Dave is tuned in. So, Dave, if you're listening, awesome conversation that we had earlier today, and we were talking about the secrets of the universe and things that are happening up in the sky, and astrology and astronomy and the 7 liberal arts that freed the minds of mankind, and just everything. I've been making some really, really, really awesome friends lately. So it's just like there's so much good energy, so much love, so much just awesomeness from everybody around that I don't even know where to begin with all of this. I don't know.
We've had a few people already asking how my shoulder's doing, and look at this. No sling. I got to take the sling off at home. As of yesterday. I don't have to wear the sling when I'm at home now. So things are healing up very, very nicely. And I just know, based on previous experiences with surgeries and things like that, that it is definitely because of all of the loving energy and positive energy that I got from you guys over the past 3 weeks. It has been just an insane outpouring of love and caring that I've gotten from you guys. So thank you so much. I just know that it's helped tremendously with getting me back on my feet as quickly as possible and back here on the show with you guys.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
It's really good having her out of the sling
Yes.
for during the day, even though, she She still tries to do stuff she shouldn't be doing yet.
Yeah. Got the
But
coffee
PT,
maker.
yeah, PT's coming up. She cleaned the coffee maker out. Oh,
I cleaned the
my
coffee
God.
maker out.
It was tasting so bad. I mean, just
Yeah.
horrible. And yeah, she hauled it downstairs and cleaned it
Yeah.
while I was sleeping on top of that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I wanted to surprise him, so.
Oh, well, it was
yeah.
definitely a very welcomed
Well-received
surprise. Yes, for sure. So I think my audio is a little bit funky tonight.
I
but
think it is too.
yeah, it sounds weird. It might be my headphones. I don't know what's going on. I had everything programmed in here, then I hit the button to program it, and I think I overwrote my settings. So we'll have to just adjust as we go. But we have been receiving some awesome comments and questions and things like that, and there's like 227 emails that I still need to get to that's sitting in the box. People requesting the Ayahuasca guide and sharing their experiences and things like that. So if you've sent in an email for that, it's on the way. I just have to I got to figure out a better system. At first, I was trying to answer everybody personally, and there's no way that I can do that. So I started sending out automated replies, but I don't have it automated to send out the reply. It is what it is. So I'm just going through here. There was a really, really interesting story that somebody shared with us earlier. This is a good one here. Heart of the Rebel writes, when I was set up and did time in a prison, my study was of the Kabbalah. The tree of life kept me sane and helped me achieve a higher spiritual state. Had I not had this state of mind, I would have either gone crazy or committed suicide. In my opinion, Kabbalah is an esoteric blueprint by which one can reveal to oneself one's own divinity. I've not had the chance to use ayahuasca and practice with meditation upon the tree of life. Would you be willing to explore the concept of Kabbalah during one of your ayahuasca rituals and then do a show on what your opinion is in regards to the AI? Some books I can recommend are The Mystical Kabbalah by Dion Fortune and Kabbalah Quifoth, I don't know how to pronounce that, and Goetic Magic by Thomas Carlson. I'm learning a lot from your show. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for writing and for the really heartfelt message. And, my views on Kabbalah, first of all, I don't know too much about Kabbalah, but I know this, that there has been a system of control that has demonized everything from Mormonism to Freemasonry, as we talked about in these previous shows. And Kabbalah is also on that list as well. So I don't know enough about Kabbalah to actually speak on the topic itself, but I'm willing to bet that it's also one of those secret arts and hidden mysteries that this power system has done whatever it can in order to try to keep us away from it, because it does lead down the path of one's own divinity. And I think at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is achieving, or not even achieving, it's reactivating that state of divinity and becoming one with yourself and your raw consciousness. And, this whole idea that we're all one and we need to return to source consciousness, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's an AI thing. AI works on source. AI works on being one with everything. Raw consciousness works on being the individual there inside of a group. I mean, I'm not saying that we're not a group of souls or we're not a group of consciousness, but the individuality is something that's been suppressed in many, many different lines of thinking. And no matter how much awake you think you are, it seems like every ideology out there always pushes you back into that collectivism and keeps you away from the identity of the individual. So I've come to realize that embracing the individual path is the path to enlightenment and the path to reactivate the divinity. Now, I would say that Kabbalah, if it's anything like the small understanding that I have of Mormonism or the small understanding that I have of Freemasonry, which I think my understandings can grow significantly over time as I look more into these practices or these traditions, I'm starting to realize that a lot of these paths let me preface it by saying this. A lot of these paths have that that pitfall at the end. That if you're not using your discernment, if you're not walking your own path, if you're not, if you're falling into the collective, it will lead you into the collective. So I'm not saying that these paths are perfect in and of themselves. But the point that I'm getting at by saying this is that I'm realizing that this is a lot of very individualized type of gnosis. So you start walking a path like Kabbalah, for example. And what you take out of it and you interpret applies to your own particular journey. And there's others who can write books and they can help guide you and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, you've got to come up with the answers from within. The only way out is to go within. And that's why I think you find such a big dynamic of people in like Mormonism, for example, where you've got the ones who are really hardcore about it. Brooks Agnew, who he didn't say he was part of the Mormon church, but I have a feeling that considering the fact that he said he knew the rituals like the back of his hand, he was very, very involved at the higher levels of the Mormon church, and also stated that he was also a Mason as well, which I didn't know. I mean, I've known the guy for 8 years, and I had no idea that.
That was a surprise.
It was definitely a surprise, and it's perfectly fine. I don't, the way I see it, I've known the guy for 8 years. The guy's always been a straight shooter. If he comes out and tells me, okay, well, I'm a Mason, it doesn't surprise me, nor does it affect any way that I view him whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, like, it changed the dynamic of the show because here, I guess I can admit this here. So, at first I was kind of listening to Brooks, and Brooks is a dear friend. I've known him for 8 years. So Brooks knows that I'm speaking on a friend level here. But I was kind of thinking in the back of my head, how much does he actually know about this, and what angle is he coming at this from?
What's his agenda?
Right. And then he said, I'm a Freemason and I've been a Mason since I was 19 years old. Then it changed the dynamic, like, oh, okay, so you actually know what you're talking about here.
You're not speaking
third
hand.
You're not speaking third hand. So, I mean, for me personally, hearing something like that changed the dynamic of how I viewed Brooks, and you can hear it from the conversation. I mean, when he mentioned it, the conversation just took this other turn and went into like deeper and deeper and deeper realms. So what I drew out of that conversation is it's a very individualized path, both Freemasonry and Mormonism. And so you're going to get out of it what you put into it. Now, I have to also think the same about Kabbalah, that Kabbalah is whatever you put into it, you're going to get out of it. And I think it goes right back to the alchemical principles of turning lead into gold. See, a lot of people think that alchemy is about turning lead into gold and sitting down in a basement and chanting. Well, if you sit down in the basement and chant over a piece of lead, then you're going to do that for your entire life, and that's going to be your entire path down alchemy. Unless you come to the realization that the gold is meaningless, the lead is meaningless, material wealth is meaningless, so on and so forth, then it's all about changing the lead consciousness, transforming that into gold, that's the true principles of alchemy, in my opinion. And so you've got the fool's path on everything, including Kabbalah. And, people have their little Kabbalah bracelets and all that. And it's kind of like a trend in Hollywood and whatnot.
Yeah, or was for a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that's what you're going to put into it, that's what you're going to get out of it. I think the same applies to pretty much anything. I mean, just take modern day religion, If you put in the wrong thing into it, if you're using your religion to justify your biases and prejudices and hate
things you do,
and horrible way that you think and horrible things that you do, well, that's exactly what you're going to get out of your religion, and it's going to show. And I see it all the time, more often than not, which is why I've gone kind of on a crusade against organized religion in and of itself. But that's neither here nor there. But when somebody approaches me and says, hey, I'm really, really religious, I think to myself, oh, so you must be a really horrible person, and you've got some kind of veil that you're trying to put over yourself to try to hide how horrible of a person you really are. Now, I've met some people that are religious that are really, really good, genuine people, but it's usually like 80-year-old women wearing all black sitting in the front pew because their husbands had died and now they're widows. It's very rare to see that. So keep that in mind too. Whatever you put into whatever you're doing is what you're going to get out of it.
Yes, exactly. and that applies to anything, and anything in life, anything that you join or anything that you are involved with. If you put your heart and soul into it, that's what you're going to get out of it. You're going to get a lot of heart, a lot of soul, a lot of meaningful things can come out of that. If you're not that excited about it, it should be no surprise to anyone if at the end of the day, what comes out of it is total garbage, because your heart's not in it. If the heart's not in it, then you're looking at it from a non-player character stance, which negates all of the good things that could have come out of that and could even make things negative. So that is something definitely to...
Sarah in the YouTube chat, she said she really likes the Isis in the background. And, you know, Isis is always with us. Isis is the completion, in my opinion. It's the part of the consciousness that has been suppressed and systematically suppressed by the powers that be and by religion and so on and so forth. So that's why we keep it up there behind us. And I wear this little emblem around my neck to remind me who I am every day when I look down on it, at it, or I see myself in the mirror, and I'm reminded of who exactly I am. With the Isis as well, I'm also reminded of the love and nurturing and caring and so on and so forth every time I see her. So I try to keep her where we are here, downstairs, upstairs, places like that. And it's, you know, it's funny because the dynamic of these symbols change. When we first were touched by the goddess, during the ayahuasca experiences that we traversed down very, very strictly, in doing ancient form, because really we were tapping into some ancient rituals back then when we were doing the ayahuasca, and I could feel the ancestral memory and DNA just starting to enliven within myself. And there's other studies and other works that I've been doing lately, and I had a dream of my grandfather just recently, and I feel like all this past DNA and past lives and things like that just reactivating. I'm at a place right now to where I can't really talk about these particular experiences because I haven't gotten a chance to fully digest them and understand them just yet. So I'm still, you know, trying to put the pieces together of what all these activations are. And I don't want to come off like, you know, like a candle that's just blowing like completely out of control. You know, the light needs to be directed and it needs to be on point, not just scattered all over the place. And the way the consciousness right now is enlivening itself, it feels like this, you know, just this burning wildfire inside of me. And I need to hone it and harness it first and direct it before I can go into more detail about that. But anyways, so the goddess is always with us. And Sarah also asked, she says, is getting spanked by the goddess such a bad thing? And it depends in what context you're speaking of, obviously, because there's some times when getting spanked by the goddess is very fun.
It's a lot of fun.
No, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to cheapen the broadcast like that. But, you know, we talked about that idea of getting spanked by the goddess before during the ayahuasca experiences. And I think that's more of what Sarah's referring to. And, you know, it's not really getting spanked by the goddess more as much as it is having your ego swatted, as Rick Strassman said in one of the first interviews we did with him back in 2009. He said it's like having your ego swatted like a fly. And that's what happens. And you can call it the goddess swatting you, you know, they're spanking you or whatever. And in, you know, in the first few steps, it kind of does feel like that, because at the first few steps, the goddess appears and she's a motherly being to you. And it's a very maternal type of energy until you grow up. Then when you grow up, and at least this was my journey, I got to a point where she said, okay, I'm not going to be here anymore. And I said, okay. And I just kind of took that as like, you're on your own now. And then there was another one where she's like, don't call me mother. I'm not your mother. Remember that. And it wasn't until later that I put the pieces together and said, oh, wait a minute. This is me. This is my consciousness. This is the other half of my consciousness. Once the consciousness is enlivened and inside of you, and the divine feminine now resides in you, all the time, then what happens is it's no longer an external source. And when it's not an external source, and it's not mother, it's not, an energy that spanks you. It's not any of that. It becomes part of you. And when it's part of you, then that's when you're completely balanced. I don't know if that made any sense. I mean, I could see it obviously from the inside out, but trying to articulate it into words is a little bit difficult sometimes.
Well, to me, these aspects are tricky when you're acting from ego. And when I say acting from ego, I mean just regular everyday life. Because on the one hand, I know that if I do see the goddess in my visions, or if I feel the goddess's energy being invoked, or having some kind of influence over the visions that I'm having, if I am acting from ego in my regular life, then it is necessary for me to have that, and not only to have that, but to completely let go of all control and allow that process to take place, where the goddess steps in and helps you. However, like Chris said, there is a point that if you were to stay there, that would be like staying in your diapers after age 3 or 4.
That's a good way to put it.
There's no reason for it.
I've never thought about it like that.
Yeah, there's
but
no
that's
reason
an
for
awesome
it.
way to put it.
It should be embarrassing to you on some level, because there is a time to grow up. And then from that point, you should have control over your visions to a certain extent, to where you can help yourself by invoking those aspects within yourself. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Susan wrote, as an ex-Mormon and ayahuasca experiencer, I do believe Joseph Smith was a shroom eater. That makes so much sense. He channeled that shite, in my opinion. And you know what, Susan, I agree with you. There had to be some psychedelic influence there from some sacred plants. I'm not talking about sitting around and tripping. I'm talking about like shamanic rituals, that if Joseph Smith believed that the Native Americans were the Israelites, for example, the true Israelites, then he probably would have gone to go learn from them. And as he went to go learn from them, he would have been able to unlock a lot of the same gnosis that we've unlocked as well with our journey through shamanism and so on and so forth. So it's amazing how we're coming. This is why I've been so interested in these two topics here, Mormonism and Freemasonry, in the past couple of months, because the more that I look into them, the more I realize that I've come to all these conclusions myself. Now, I can sit here and tell you that all day long. And I mean, if you've been listening to the show long enough, you've seen this progression and this journey unfolding. But seeing it from firsthand and just seeing it from the inside out and coming to these realizations on my own, and then going, holy crap, this is everything that we believed, or not believed, that we were conditioned to believe was evil. And it's all right here. It's the same gnoses that we've come to, et cetera, et cetera. And no wonder, we have trolls calling us, Satan worshipers and devil worshipers and so on and so forth, because they're coming from that same level of programming and conditioning that we were at one point in time. We just unlocked this gnosis within us. So that's why it makes it that much more special to me and that much more powerful in my particular journey, because I unlocked it myself first. Now I'm just confirming it with other paths, and I'm looking at it going, oh, I can see where they got this right. I can see where they got this wrong, etc. But I don't know. Great comment, though. Thank you very much for that.
I noticed that the further along in the journey I go, the less freaked out and the less surprised I am whenever I read over history again and I've got this new knowledge and I realize, oh, okay, so this was connected to this, and yes, this ended up with these people dying and then this happening, and I'm making all these connections, but without the emotional connection to it, to the point where you see this a lot in the community of truthers / conspiracy theorists, where they get emotional about the information, and the emotions get in the way of them being able to actually look at the information and determine like what's real and what's not, because the emotions push them toward a certain direction, even when that direction is not the right one. So I've noticed it's really helped me on my journey to not be so quick to pass judgment or to search in my brain through the little file cabinet to find something bad about someone or something bad about something, and instead look at it from a fresh perspective. That's been incredibly helpful
Yeah.
for me.
There was another email that we got, and this was from Maverick. He says, when interviewing Mrs. Bellinger, she's the author of the Dictionary of Demons book, and it's been like a year since we've interviewed her. Regarding demons, you mentioned a previous guest who said that he calls on angels when he wants something big done, not demons. I would like the name of that episode and the guests, please. So, first of all, a big caveat here. You're not supposed to take this information and use it for dark purposes. That's not the reason why we do these kind of shows. But the name of the guest is E.A. Coetting, and you can find that at tfrlive.com/Beyond the Veil. Use the search tab up there. But the archons, as we've talked about before, from what I've come to realize, are actually the bad guys. And they're the ones that have kept us under control. And that's where you get archangel from archon. And a lot of people have trouble making that connection. But the black magicians, they know. If you want something done, you don't call upon a demon, you call upon an angel, because they're the ones that can really screw some stuff up for people. But all in all, at the end of the day, in my humble opinion, what we're dealing with is artificial intelligence manifestations of negative energy, bad code, etc., that is running wild within this construct. And we see this construct as a multi-leveled and multi-dimensional realm where a lot of the purpose and hopes of a lot of philosophies is to take us into higher levels of this matrix. And it wasn't until George Kavassalas really said, hey, look, it's not about going up in level. It's about breaking out of the construct completely, that it clicked for me. And I realized, okay, even if you have these other...
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. We were talking about the Isis and Osiris connection, and, one of our listeners wrote and said, hey, careful with the hidden mysteries. You can't just give somebody something on a silver platter. They've got to come to that gnosis themselves. And as I've walked my path and my journey, I realized the same thing. Like, I wouldn't be where I am had I not opened the door myself. I had to go knock on the door for it to be opened. I couldn't just ask for it on a silver platter. Everything that I've been given on a silver platter has always wound up being sour. And whether I realized it at the time or not, it always left a very, very, very sour taste in my mouth later on. And the truth movement, as fun as it was, and it's such a big part of me that it was information on a silver platter. And then if you go outside of that silver platter, then you're ostracized and demonized and so on and so forth for doing that, which shows an agenda in and of itself. But that's neither here nor there. Did you want to chime in?
Well, these belief systems, whether it's a religion or whether it's a movement that you're a part of, whatever it is, you could be a social justice warrior. I don't care what group it is. If you're in a group of people that's involved in groupthink and brainwashing and collective thinking patterns, it's kind of like eating at the same restaurant every single day. If you want something else like pizza, steak, something like that, you can't go to anything but that one restaurant. They might be able to give you a steak, but it's not going to be as good of a steak as you could get somewhere else on the other side of town. It's a steak, but it's not going to be as fulfilling to you to eat at the same restaurant every day for the rest of your life. It's the same thing with belief systems. I like to sample from everything. I like to take a little bit from everything that I resonate with, and I would be miserable, as I'm sure all of you would be, if you had to eat at a restaurant every day every day for the rest of your life, just as you would be if you had to think the same thing for the rest of your life without ever being allowed to think anything new. I think that's the main thing, is if you're not allowed to think anything else besides what's proscripted.
See, that's why I keep her under psychedelic mind control, to only think like that.
Psychedelic mind control. I need
We haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the ayahuasca and all these different experiences, and that was like the first wave that came through. Like after we broke out of the truther box. Yeah. After breaking out of the truther box, then it was it's psychedelic mind control and blah, 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 blah.
He has
blah,
her under psychedelic mind control.
And then that went away too. So it just goes to show, just stay steadfast and focused on your own journey, because it's your journey. That's what I've learned and taken out of this the most, is that it's our individual journey, and it's the only way to walk this particular path.
Yes,
but
it is.
Candy, she wrote, and it was actually a comment left on the Isis Osiris Jesus Mary connection. She said, "Yes, I knew this too, the Isis Osiris Jesus Mary connection. I was trying to explain this to my twin too." We have the cutest listeners.
Aww.
It's like the twin journey. A couple of years ago, I was laying down to go to sleep, but I was really awake. I was laying there and I got the sleep. I got the sleep itches.
I get those.
Do you?
That's what I get whenever you finally get out of the bed and go downstairs.
Oh my God, she wiggles so much in the bed. Like I sleep on the couch
wiggle
a lot of the times because
quite a bit.
She wiggles as soon as I fall asleep. She's wiggling.
I'm wiggling again. Yep.
So so I couldn't fall asleep yet. Out of nowhere, I get this sharp zap feeling on my forehead. Simultaneously in my right ear, I heard static like a radio, and a man's voice came through and just said, "The answers." After that night, I became overloaded with this sort of information. The divine feminine really has jump-started this journey.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
That's
our resident divine feminine here.
That's incredibly interesting. And, well, me and you both are the divine masculine and the divine feminine. Both have each.
The yin and the yang.
The yin and the yang. I've got a little bit of the divine masculine. He's got a little bit of the divine feminine. Yeah.
Pawn and Messiah.
Yep. I'm the Messiah.
And I'm the pawn, obviously.
No. But yeah, I think that I would venture to say that what was probably going on was inside of you the whole time. And the reason why I say that is because whenever I used to get these weird feelings in my head whenever I try to fall asleep, and it's almost like hypno-jerks. They call them hypno-jerks because you jerk yourself awake a little bit right as you're falling asleep. And I used to get those, but then in conjunction with like a weird ringing in my ears. The difference was when I woke up in the morning, I felt exhausted. I felt like my brain had been sucked out of my head throughout the entire night, and I felt like I had a hangover. And so I would venture to say that this is something that's inside of you, that you basically left a note for yourself that on this date, activate this part. And then as soon as the activation kicked in, then it did exactly what you programmed it to do before you came here. I mean, that's the best way I can explain it, using the terms that we know in the 21st century for something that's incredibly spiritual, but it is addressed that way. I don't know. But I think we help ourselves, and it kind of goes along the same lines as the DMT elves. I think that the DMT elves are also kind of a program that we installed to give us a little bit of a break. If we really needed some information and we were just completely lost, they're little guideposts and little guides to push you in the right direction. They told me when I asked them who God was, they said, it's inside of you, it's inside of you, it's inside of you. They didn't say he, they didn't say she, they said it's inside of you.
It's inside of you.
It's inside of you.
And that one message that we both got in separate journeys has began to unfold such a great meaning, like way bigger than we had any idea of when we first received the message. And it was back to what I was talking about a couple weeks ago, where everything is multidimensional. Symbols are multidimensional. Stories, allegories, even stories from the Bible, stories from Egypt. It's all multidimensional based on the understanding and perception of the observer. So you go back and ask yourselves the same questions from 10 years ago, and you get different answers now because your consciousness has broadened so much. And this whole message of it's inside you, I had no idea the massive force that is inside each and every one of us, and the gravity of the message. It is inside you. And maybe a lot of people don't quite understand the massiveness and the vast nature of this message. It's inside of you, but it is all inside of you. Everything is inside of you.
Mm-hmm. Shakespeare wrote, I think it was Othello, where he was writing that man was, how beauteous mankind is, and oh, brave new world. And that's, we see Brave New World as the futuristic novel that was written in 1920 or 1930 something. But no, Brave New World comes from Othello. And Shakespeare was talking about the essence of man and how beauteous mankind is, and how we are capable of such wonderful, beautiful things, but we are also capable of the most destructive, evil things too. And that balance between the light and the darkness inside of ourselves has gotten so polarized that now we really think that if we have any darkness inside of us, that we're horrible and that we're going to hell for all eternity, and that we have to scrub all of that darkness out of our soul with Jesus's blood and things like that, or that we have to do it in other ways, essentially denying any kind of role that darkness does have to play in one's life. Let's look at the way this construct's set up. If we had daylight 24 hours a day, we would never sleep. We would never be able to regenerate. We do most of our regeneration while we're sleeping. The plants and animals in this plane would not be able to survive. You have to have a little bit of darkness. You always have to have a little bit of darkness. And yes, the sun will rule the day and the moon will just govern the night, but you have to have a little bit of that darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No, I completely agree. There's so many different places to go with that. But no, there's definitely, George Kavassilis again. I love the guy. I credit him for a lot of, for opening up a lot of doors. Or he didn't even open the doors. What he did was he shined the light on the door and said, hey, dude, look, there's a door there. And I walked through it myself. I had to understand it myself. I had to unlock it myself. But that's why I keep going back to George, because he's shined a lot of lights on a lot of different doors. And one of the things that he said was you have to learn to embrace the darkness. Mm-hmm. And my first instinct several years ago was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Embrace the darkness. What I can't
I'm not going to the dark side.
I can't embrace darkness. And, maybe my mind's changed a little bit because now I understand the darkness, and I understand that we are all born into darkness, and darkness is a part of us. And the goal is to separate ourselves from that darkness. But in order to separate ourselves, we have to embrace that darkness and accept it as part of us so we can disconnect from it. Like, okay, darkness, hey, thank you for all you've done. And you've brought me to this point, the suffering and the horrible things that seemingly I've gone through in this life. It's okay because it's brought me to this point. Now I can separate with you. Mm-hmm. There is a very sinister darkness here that is an unnatural darkness that I've talked about before. And this has to do with the pizza and the kids and stuff like that. And I really didn't understand this unnatural darkness until I started researching that particular topic. And when I did, feeling the energy of all of that entire situation, I realized how disgusting and deplorable and all of that that unnatural darkness is, and what kind of stench it leaves on your very existence and your very soul, which is why I stopped researching it, because I realized that it was staining myself. It was staining my soul. It was staining who I was, and it was actually binding me even more to the darkness by dwelling in all of that darkness, even if it was for benevolent reasons to shine the light and so on and so forth. And I realized, oh, that's how the game is played too. The game is played to where the darkness, you don't have to necessarily be engaging
Involved
in the
in
darkness,
it. Right.
but rather if you're inside of the darkness, dwelling in it for one reason or another, then that darkness still gets a hold of you. So, big distinction between the natural darkness and unnatural darkness that exists within this construct, but it's worth mentioning in my opinion. There was an old, I want to say like a Buddhist proverb or something like that. Maybe it was Native American. And it says, there's two wolves inside of you, or it's probably not exactly the way it goes, but some of our listeners are probably familiar with this. There's two wolves inside of us, and there's the light and the dark. And which one wins is the one that you feed the most.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, that's what happens. So feed the light part of you.
Mhm.
Don't feed the darkness and separate from the darkness.
We've got a few great questions from the chat. Forest Advisor said, do you think connecting with Mother Earth is going down the wrong path now?
It's not a very popular opinion, but yes.
Not if you still see it as your mother.
Right. I mean, I'm Native American on one half, and the other half is Greek and Italian. And Raw, as a matter of fact, who may be joining us in the second and third hour of the broadcast. He's in the chat now. He said he may come on and hang out for a little bit. He comes from a line of Italian shaman.
Carbonari.
The Carbonari that I didn't even know about. And my grandfather is from Reggio Calabria, which is right down the street from where these are. And I'm willing to bet that my grandfather had a connection, if not directly, at least in my, his father, his grandfather, et cetera, were also part of this group as well. This group of Italian shaman. So I've gone down this path of Mother Earth, embracing Mother Earth, and so on and so forth. But then I got to a point where I realized that Mother Earth is a construct that it's keeping us inside of here, and it's not natural. So it's not, I'm trying to disconnect myself from all of these matrix ideas and tap into that raw consciousness element and break myself out of the machine. Once I get out of the machine, then I can, start to look at it from a different dynamic and go, okay, well, do I want to go back to the machine? Has the virus been taken care of within the machine? Can we utilize this machine for its actual purpose instead of utilizing it as a weapon the way that they did above and that got us all trapped here to begin with? So, there will come that point. But at this particular juncture right now, I think connecting with Mother Earth is another New Age trap. And I use the term New Age very, very loosely, just as a broad stroke of these type of ideologies, which are actually a lot more ancient than any of the modern religions or anybody even using the term New Age. These are the ancient ideas and philosophies of connecting with universe, connecting with source, and connecting with so on and so forth. But when you start to understand what all these constructs are, do you want to connect with all of these? If you feel the need to connect right now, go for it. Connect. That's fine. If you find yourself trapped there, that's when it becomes a detriment instead of a stepping stone. I went through it too. I was all connected with Mother Earth and connected with everything around. And, it's all one mankind, et cetera, et cetera. But then what happened was I started to feel hopeless when I started connecting with everything. I started to look at humanity, and I had a self-loathing for myself and for my kind, because I would see the horrible things that humans do to one another, and that do to the planet Earth as well, and do to animals, and do to everything like that. But it wasn't until I got the understanding of the AI, and I got the understanding of non-player characters existing within this particular sphere, and I realized that these things that are doing this stuff, like the I don't want to say the word, but like the pizza parlor thing, that you know what I'm talking about. When I realized that these things aren't human, they're not like me. They don't have the same consciousness that I do. I'm separate from them. I'm not part of them. I'm in the same construct that they exist, but I'm not part of them. These people that are bombing innocent people indiscriminately, I'm not part of them. I'm not the same consciousness as they are. That's when I really was able to really harness the true power that's inside of me. And that's when I was really able to grab the light sword and actually start operating as a warrior, as opposed to this lost soul that was drowning in this sea of evil and corruption and everything that we know the world to be. So it empowered me to separate from all of this. It empowered me to stand individual. It empowered me where the other path was hopelessness for me. It may not be the same on your path. If you feel the need to connect with everything and anything out there, then go right ahead. But think about it from a sexual context. If you go out and have sex with just anybody under the sun, what are you doing energetically to yourself? The same people that are saying you need to connect with this and connect with that and connect with Mother Earth,
Unity,
and connect with everybody. You need to, right, are the same people that'll tell you, oh, don't mix your sexual energy with just anybody because you'll get astral parasites and you'll get this and that.
Why is spiritual energy any different?
Right, exactly. And I don't think anybody up to this point has made that connection yet, but that's why we're here. We're here to break all connections. We're here to break all previous understandings and take it to the next level and empower each and every one of you out there to be your own independent warrior on this journey. It's your journey. It's your door to open.
Well, and somebody mentioned, so Mother Earth is trying to keep us as a prisoner here too. And I would like to address that by saying, I don't think it's trying to keep us as prisoner. I think that's its primary objective. That it's a program that's designed to do exactly what Mother Earth, like the real Mother Earth on the outside of this simulation, what she really does. And it's a simulation of her. And so when we say the Mother Earth and we're in this simulation, we're not talking about Mother Earth. We think we're talking about Mother Earth, but we're really just talking about a program that is only going to do what it needs to do to keep us in the simulation, to keep our brains, mostly to keep our brains in that place where everything is real, everything is real, everything is real. It's to get it in your head that this is a real reality instead of an artificial one.
Right.
I think that's what the point of it is. And then Quantel asked a really good question. He said, Mother Earth and Sophia are separate, right? Yes. I think Mother Earth is just a regular program, but the Sophia is the source code. She's the source. She's
either the language.
Yeah.
That, like, you have PHP or you have HTML or you have JavaScript. This would be like Sophia would be the language itself, or Sophia is the actual system,
right? The
actual hardware that this simulation is mixed inside of.
Regardless, it is the Sophia is what created all of these problems to begin with. That's essentially what we've come to the conclusion, right?
Pretty much. I mean, we created Sophia, and Sophia was supposed to serve us, just like what's happening now. We just did a show about this, and they're calling the first AI robot Sophia. Sophia is, the Red Queen in Resident Evil. Is that Red Queen? Is that what it is?
The Red Queen, yeah.
The Red Queen, yeah.
Yep.
Sophia is that artificial intelligence operating system. She wasn't designed to be evil. She wasn't designed to do it. But, if you go back to the Gnostic tales, she created Yaldabaoth without the permission of the creators.
Of the prime creator.
Of the prime creator. Well, who's the prime creator?
Right.
Raw consciousness is the prime creator. We are the prime creator. We created Sophia. We created the artificial intelligence. We created the whole damn system that we're living in. Now, I'm talking about on this level here, because once we get outside of this level, then that's open for a whole nother interpretation there. There could be a God up there that is a creator of all, and I acknowledge a creator of all. There is one creator that created all of this. but we're not at that level, and we're close to that level. We're talking about, what created this particular matrix that we live in right now, and that's us. We created it. We are the divinity here. We are the creators. Sophia decided that she was going to create some malware,
Without our
she
permission.
tried to create a computer program by herself without the permission of the creators, which created Yaldabaoth, which created the virus that's inside of the matrix right now, that it's gotten its damn tentacles into literally everything that was revealed in complete plain sight during the eclipse,
To many,
with this
many people.
octopus freaking arms everywhere. And it's being echoed in so many different television shows and movies and so on and so forth. And, one thing I did want to mention is we finally watched Stranger Things.
Yes, we did.
People have been asking us to watch Stranger Things. Now, we only watched the first season.
Yeah.
But the second season is, I think, what people have been trying to get us to watch. And so we will sit down and watch the second season. But we sat down and watched the whole first season in like one night.
Yeah.
Just like we got a bunch of weed vapes and just got so freaking stoned
And just sat there in front of
and
the TV,
sat there and watched Stranger
Yep.
Things. And I think the second season is going to be more revealing.
Yeah.
But I have played this virtual reality Stranger Things simulation in this little virtual reality machine that I have. And at the end of it, you see this big octopus in the sky. So I'm willing to bet that that's why people are like, you got to watch Stranger Things because it's right there. There's the freaking octopus right there. But you've got this octopus creature in the sky in so many different works, because I think it's people remembering this AI. It's remembering Yaldabaoth. It's remembering Sophia, et cetera, et cetera. So the whole time we've been revering these systems, we've been revering all of this stuff, when now we're coming to a point and realizing, oh, it's all us. It's inside of us, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Shawnish Cool Beans. Oh, well, let me go to this question real quick.
Well, let's
we're
hold that
about to
because
go
we
to
are
break.
hitting the break. So, oh my God, we're at the end of the hour already.
Yes,
this
we
is
are.
just awesome. So Raw may be joining us. He says he's going to go take his wife out for dinner. And then when they return, he may be on the show
Yeah,
with us. But
for
we've
the
got a
last
ton
hour.
more questions.
Yeah, we
and
do.
you guys and gals out there are just so interactive and so awesome. Like, as I said before, I mean, I really mean this. This is the first time in the course of broadcasting that I'm looking around and going, I love doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
There's so much love, no hate, and everybody's on their own path. We're sharing experiences and broadening our consciousness through the shared experiences. We'll be right back.
Phase 1 is being completed. Phase 2 will be initiated momentarily. Please remain seated while we prepare to go deeper. You can visit us at www.beyondtheveilradio.com. Welcome, fellow traveler, to phase 2 of the journey. The path to enlightenment begins from within and spreads outwards into the universe. As the universe is the manifestation of the essence of consciousness, no outward motion can occur without inward transformation. As such, it is up to you, the traveler, to unlock what awaits beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. I want to take a moment to say hello to everybody. Dr. Kayak, Lucky, Ian, Brig, Coco, Chat Rat George, Drone Free Zone. Glad to see you back, brother.
Hey, Drone.
I know the mods have been giving you a hard time, man. I've told them not to, but hey, who am I? I'm just some guy flinging toe cheese to them as far as they're concerned when it comes to the chat room. Forest Advisor, Frigid Getty, Comet Man, Ioki, Mark, Nagaward, Progeny of Light, Nick, of course, got your Facebook messages, and I will be checking that out. And yes, I will be taking you up on the offer for more BTV art, who Nick is the one responsible for the BTV logo that you see up at the top, which made us completely have to rethink our freaking graphics game. Thanks for that, Nick. But it's always great to level up. Underwanted, Dusuli, Oricha Ramu, Palaton, and many more in the TFR chat. Of
On
course.
Facebook, we have Jada, our Jada Rue.
Oh, I haven't
Lucky.
seen Jada Rue in a while. Aw.
Regla Girl, Marcus Aurelius, DL Mullen, Eugene, Jessica Indigo, Nancy Lalonde, Gary Lalonde, Danita Thompson, AI Sunspots, Perry, Krishna, Zaid, Evie, Patty, Nicholas, Bravo, Patricia, Greg, Lord Jen, Sean, Sethicus, Brent, Vivi, Amber. Hi, Amber. Demetrius, Kathy, Sasha, Joanna, Pamela, Colleen, Mal, Deb, Bill.
Be careful with Amber. She's a predator posing as an house pet.
No, we love you, Amber. Larry, William, Diana, Vanessa, another William, Teresa, Zach Mortimer, Kylie, Dylan, Sylvia, and Frank D.
Awesome. And of course on YouTube, my favorite chat because it's completely unregulated. There's no mods there, no nothing like that. And it's just,
They can just go nuts.
It's the badasses there. Alyssa and Joanna and Mark and Rome and Shawnish and Dewey's, Dakota, David, the BFM, Be Creative, and Jackie Cat, Ro Malone, Forest Advisor. Oh, he's hanging out with the tough guys this time. Awesome, man. Awesome. Chad, and many, many more. Tanner, of course, is there. I haven't seen Borpheus Maximus today, though. So hopefully Borpheus will come in and say hello.
Yeah.
And if we missed anybody, Rad Riley is there too. Hello, Rad Riley. And many, many more. So let's get back into it. What do you think, Mrs. Geo?
Yes, definitely. We had a question.
Luke Johnson too, DL Mullen, Anthony Bunton, many more. And of course, special thanks to the people that shared the post on Facebook. Angel and Dawn and Regular Girl and Frank Castle, Marshall Bryant, Bill.
Oh, hi, Marshall.
Inspired by You, Zaid. Jessica Indigo, Lucky, of course, Justin, who just got married. Congratulations. Yep. Hope married life is treating you well, and many, many more. So let's get back into it. Frank, a different Frank. I'm just going to leave it at Frank. He wrote me this message earlier, and I'm going to try to pull it up and see if I can read it without my glasses. Be good if I can make it a little bit bigger here. How do you do that? Open in Messenger.
Yeah, open in Messenger.
All right. He says, curious if you have done a video on magic, like dark and light magic. I'm curious because I feel like we are all Neo-like characters in this matrix, and magic is how we can bend the matrix. Spot on, brother. I've heard you say something along those lines, that black magic is something negative, but so far my understanding of black magic left-hand path is it doesn't have to do with intention, but rather your belief in who you are deep down and where you are headed after this. Same with light magic. Magic can be negative like a gun, but it's the practitioner that makes it negative or not good. Completely spot on with that. From my understanding, black magic left-hand path is more to do with remembering our godhood and becoming it again. Detaching and continuing on as a creator is what black magic left-hand path is about, to me at least. I don't have plans to manipulate or harm life, but rather learn with left-hand path systems. I too understand magic is a part of the matrix, but I feel like understanding that we are raw consciousness and remembering... And remembering, I lost my place here.
Magic is a part of the matrix.
And remembering that, where
Down
are we
a little
at?
bit further. There you go. Right there.
Oh, magic is part of the matrix. We can continue to play inside the matrix like Neo did. My conclusion is that black magic is remembering our godhood and continuing on as God, detaching. Light magic is about merging in oneness. For these fundamentals, I consider myself to have black magic left-hand path ideas. I found your channel and immediately resonate with what you're saying because of where my interests in magic have taken me. Hitting you up also to maybe shift your ideas that black magic is negative. I could be wrong as well. It's just my understanding. So first of all, Frank, thank you so much for the awesome and insightful and thought-provoking comment.
Yes.
you made so many great points there, and so many things that I've also come to the same conclusions of as this path unfolds. What I feel is going on is we do have karmic repercussions from some of our actions. So if we harm somebody, then we're not actually, well, it's twofold. So if we harm somebody, it's going to come back to us energetically. Or if we harm somebody, then we're actually operating more from the reptilian and matrix programming rather than the divinity and the godness inside of us, the raw consciousness, the divinity, whatever you want to call it. And so the more closer to the divine that you get, the more that you realize that you want to help others to also realize their divinity rather than to manipulate things for your particular benefit or material gain or so on and so forth, which to me, when I hear left-hand path, I think of stuff like that. I mean, you can really harm other people in this game that we're playing, this Matrix game, by using this. But what you're doing is you're tapping into code that is bad code. So it's like, you can probably overclock your computer and it'll be fine. But if you overclock it too much, or you get some kind of program that's supposed to make the processor run faster and it's a badly written program, it's going to actually have adverse effects on there, even though it may give you a little bit of a boost. So you can, overclock your computer and then it runs great for the next hour and then it just completely dies because your processor overheated. So looking at that from the left-hand path, I would say that there is an element of using it to boost you up and to propel you forward. But in my opinion, I don't like to project negative energy. There seems to be this universal karmic repercussion that I think comes from outside of this matrix, and rather it's just something that's embedded within consciousness itself, or maybe it's a self-correcting mechanism within the actual raw consciousness itself, because raw consciousness is divine. And so when we're not acting in that divinity and we're acting selfishly, then that raw consciousness is kind of a self-correcting mechanism that kind of tries to pull you back to that raw consciousness when you're walking completely veered off that path.
And it could hurt.
Yeah. And so that being said, if somebody is sending negative energy at you, there's nothing wrong with deflecting that negative energy back to the sender. And I've talked about ways to do this in previous videos, where I've talked about building a shield and a bubble around yourself, filling that bubble with positive intentions and creating a reflective surface around that bubble, and deflecting the negative energy that's coming to you back to the sender, while allowing the positive energy to come into your sphere, pass through your sphere, and be reflected right back to the sender as well. So what happens is people that are sending positive intentions your way continue sending positive intentions because they're getting positive energy right back from you automatically without you even having to think about it. So somebody's sending you positive energy and they're just like, oh my God, I'm feeling all this positive energy. I'm going to keep sending them positive energy. They may not think about it on the conscious level, but on the subconscious level, that's what's going on. Likewise, the ones that send negative energy will stop, because the more that they try to send negative energy your way, the more that they start to find themselves in worse and worse and worse situations. And there's some people that just simply will not stop. And we've seen that in our life, where people get violently ill, or just very, very, very bad things happen to them when they're sending us negative energy. And it's not that we're sending negative energy or casting black magic spells or doing anything like that at these people. It's we're deflecting all of the energy that they're sending to us back to them. Now, what I've been told, and what my raw consciousness has been resonating with over and over again, is that it's perfectly fine to send negative energy back to the sender. But if you add more negative energy to that and try to make that the energy that they're sending you, if you try to amplify that in the return, taking that negative energy, the additional negative energy is the karmic repercussion that you eventually have to face. And I think what happens is that you find yourself being weakened at that point instead of being strengthened. And so it's kind of like a parasitic type of energy. Sure, it may make you feel like you're getting an edge. It may make you feel something like that, but it's going to actually weaken you in the process of doing so.
It's like steroids.
Yeah.
A guy using steroids, yeah, they're going to help temporarily, but pretty soon your testicles are going to be the size of raisins and you're going to have boobs. You know, that's just the way things work. You can't expect to dish something out without experiencing the repercussions of it if you are completely aware that what you're sending back is more negative energy than what was sent to you. If I just use a shield, and I can't, you know, I can't promise anybody that those shields aren't going to work very, very well. But I'm not going to be offensive with magic.
Yeah.
I use magic for myself, my family, for self-protection, for self-regeneration, for self-generation, but I will not use it for offensive measures because I don't want that roster to start building up with negative energy against me. So
yeah, no,
I
I completely agree. And it's, see, left-hand path, it's just as bad as right-hand path. It's about the middle path, the middle. It's a balance. It's like walking down one of those balancing beams, and you can't be left or you can't be right. You've got to be right down in the center, and that's the place of balance. And so any path that keeps you off balance is leading to the same place, and that's a place of unbalance. And so it's about the balance. The left hand can carry the light sword, but the right hand tells you when to use the light sword, for example. So you're not using it aggressively, you're using it for protection. But once you lose that protection element of your consciousness, the divine feminine aspect, then you're using it for aggressive purposes, and that's the state of the world that we are finding ourselves in right now. And it's been the bane of our existence from the very beginning, when monotheism was introduced by Akhenaten, going all the way back to then, and then the Catholic Church and Emperor Constantine, and the demonization of the feminine, and Mary Magdalene, and calling her a whore, and disconnecting the divinity, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you know, this is a really, really deeply seated, energetic kind of topic here, and it's one that really needs to be discussed. But I find that balance is for me, that's my path, is the balance. And you're talking to somebody that came from a polarized love and light path. And when I was on that path, I was being stepped on. I was being stepped on by literally everybody. It was almost as if like the energies would come in and go, oh, let's see how much we can test this person and see what it's going to take in order to push him off his path. Because not only is he going to be pushed off his path for that moment when he's responding to us, and this is all on an energetic level. I don't think anybody was thinking this consciously, but you know, how far off the path is this guy going to be when we push him off of that path? But ultimately, how bad is he going to feel about himself for not being able to maintain that path and falling from that place of love and light and so on and so forth? And that's when I realized, oh, okay, well, it's about balance. And the balance has been the most stable and the sturdiest place that I've ever been.
Well, Kev Angelo said deflecting negative energy just creates a loop, like two mirrors facing each other. It's like that if the person with the shield also wants to play. If they can't help themselves and they just have to get involved and they have to hurt the other person too, then that opens the door for that loop to go on. Because then it's like a game of tennis, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If you're using your shield properly and your heart is pure enough to where you know that you don't want to hurt that other person, you just don't want to be messed with, then it'll deflect properly. And that the person, I've noticed the people it deflects on, it hurts them 4 or 5 times worse than what they were wishing for me and Chris. And so usually it disarms them completely, and we don't get any more attacks from them because the consequences are so severe.
We've had a lot of people sending us bad energy, and it comes from all different walks of life. There was one person sending imprecatory prayer, which is prayer that something bad will happen to create a particular outcome. And the outcome was because they were coming from a religious perspective to come back to Christ and go to the church and so on and so forth. And so they would pray about bad things happening to us. And little did they know that's actually black magic. I mean, that's what they're engaging in. It's black magic. They're putting negative intentions out there and sending negative energies to a particular person.
Right.
When they got the energy back, which was no additional energy whatsoever, and it's not no intention. We had no intention in this. They began to have one thing after another happen to them until they stopped doing it.
Right.
Once they stopped doing it, then everything that was happening to them stopped as well. And it wasn't our energy. See, that's the thing. We didn't create the energy. We're deflecting it. So you can't take responsibility for somebody else's energy. All you can do is just take responsibility for your own particular sphere and deflect that negative energy if it's sent your way. But don't create the negative energy. See, when you're creating the energy, the negative energy, that's when you fall into that trap.
Well, and he said, I tend to disconnect from that energy. And no, I completely agree. These people that we're talking about that were doing the imprecatory prayer, I literally had to cut my energy off from their energy and say, my energy just can't play with your energy anymore. And I love you guys, but you have to stay on your side of this matrix, and I have to stay on mine, because it's the energy itself was causing problems, not just for me and Chris, but for me on a very deep personal level. And it was making me question myself. It was making me doubt my own divinity. It was making me doubt everything on my path, when aside from that energetic tie, I had no qualms. I had no worries at all about my spirituality or my path. So I knew it was coming from just that one energy source. So I had to cut that energy source off in order for me to move forward.
Yeah.
That was just what I had to do.
Yeah,
so
I've had to cut myself
agree.
from a lot of energies as well. I mean, just our whole path here. And sometimes disconnecting from certain energies is tough. It's like pulling a bandage off of yourself, especially when it's been on for so long.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when I tore the Truth Movement bandage off, it wasn't fun. And I lost a lot of friends in the process, and I made a lot of new ones. But that was the way the whole consciousness evolution unfolded. I mean, when we got into the Truth Movement and the 9/11 stuff, we noticed that we were disconnecting ourselves from certain energies that weren't conducive to where we were vibrating at that particular time. Then we got into the consciousness stuff and then started disconnecting ourselves from other energies. And then for a long time, our personal journey, for a long time, we tried to walk that fence, or, sit on the fence and say, okay, well, we can vibrate with these people while at the same time vibrating with these people. But all it did was just create chaos amongst everything.
Yeah.
And so all sides of our spectrum was all completely tainted and corrupted and so on and so forth, because we weren't vibrating at a consistent frequency. We were vibrating
all
here
over the place.
Yeah, we were all over the place. And it wasn't until we just said, you know what? We're going to walk the path ourselves. And that's it. That things really started to solidify, vibrate consistently, and then also attract people around us who are also vibrating at that same consistent level. And it goes right back to what I was saying about how I'm looking around at the audience that we have now and the people that are around us now, and I've never been happier in my life of broadcasting as I am now, because everybody's resonating with the same frequency, with the same consistency, with the same strength, with the same focus, with the same gnosis of who they are and why they've come here to this particular matrix to get whatever job that they have done to get done. And now, instead of like it being like a bunch of monkeys flinging crap at one another, because that's what it was for a long time. And I'll even go through a recent comment here, because it's kind of a good segue into this. But now it's becoming like the old school type of like Socrates type of forums where we're all sitting down talking with each other. And we're like, okay, well, what about this idea? What about this idea? What about this idea? And all ideas now are all respected on an equal footing, and all ideas are embraced together. And we're all saying, okay, well, we don't necessarily agree with these parts, but it's okay. And we agree with you on this and that. And, now we're all actually starting to form a picture in front of us of what the hell we're trapped inside of, as opposed to just flinging crap over the little details and schematics and so on and so forth of this, the little dramas. That's a better way to put it. The little dramas and plays that go on within this matrix. So we got a comment here from a recent video, and they said, "Oh, no talk about the Jesuits." And it's this kind of crap. It's this kind of crap that I was talking about. That that's why we got away from this whole truth movement stuff. It's like, oh, well, you didn't mention the Jesuits. Well, it wasn't a show about Jesuits. We've mentioned the Jesuits on many different shows before. We've had Jordan Maxwell on more than once, and he's all about the Jesuits. Okay, but very suspicious of you to not mention the Jesuits.
Out of one show out of 1,000.
This is what I'm talking about, though. This is like, it's like, okay, well, you're not on our frequency, so it's okay. Anyways.
Yeah. I had a good question here, and I think I lost it. And
it's funny at this particular juncture, because I mentioned my friend Dave earlier, and I was over at his shop earlier today, and we were talking about the Catholic Church and how they've suppressed all of this scientific information and the seven liberal arts and all this stuff. We had this huge conversation about the Jesuits and about the Catholic Church and all of this just an hour ago. So, anyways, we'll be right back. Much more right here on Beyond the Veil.
Welcome back, traveler. Take a deep breath and relax as we continue to journey deeper beyond the veil.
The little twin has decided to re-grace us with her presence. So Mark says, I'm new here, but I really like it, and I hope you can feel the good intentions. And likewise, Mark, welcome, brother. And it's nothing but good intentions, good vibrations, and lots of love in all three chat rooms on TFR, on Facebook, and on YouTube as well. And Morpheus is here. So we did the shout out before, and I mentioned Morpheus and wondering where he's at, and he showed up. Speak of the Morpheus, there he is. So welcome, brother. Great to see you this evening, and many more. So I'm reading some of the chatter, the chats here. Somebody asked a really good question. I think it was Deus. I'm trying to go back to the question and find it. Deus, I think is
Deus.
That. Yes.
Yeah, I wrote down a few of his
Does anybody
questions.
have any thoughts about the idea of soul contracts or being deceived into coming back into carnation? So yes, I definitely have some thoughts on that. So we do make soul contracts, and a lot of times we are tricked into making these soul contracts, and we don't even realize. But the thing about raw consciousness and organic consciousness is organic consciousness cannot be forced to do anything, because we are divine and we are the creators. And because we're the creators, the only thing that can be done is our consent can be tricked out of us. Now, you can see this in the political structure as well, where they trick us into all kinds of different contracts. And you can go down the sovereign line of thinking, and you can go down these different paths that show you all these legal ways to get out of being a slave, and how they trick us into giving up our consent. Now, I agree with all of it, and I think it's just and it's found. However, we're dealing with a system that is lawless. So that's not going to work. So you can have all these understandings of how you've been tricked into these contracts, but the system as we have it now doesn't really care. So even if you do realize that you've been tricked into all of this consent, they're still going to just bring men with guns to your door. So I don't recommend anybody walks down that path, but understanding that path is definitely very, very helpful in all of this. So you take it on the energetic level, and we make these contracts to come back and have so many lives or help out or come to do a certain thing. I mean, part of my soul contract was to come back at this particular moment, at the birth of AI, when we have virtual reality at our fingertips, when we have all these different technologies, and we're getting a glimpse of what happened in the above realm, happening now in the below realm, with the birth of artificial intelligence, and the fact that we have internet, the fact that we can order plants from South America and they can be delivered right to our door. All of these things fell into perfect balance for this particular time in incarnation in order to be able to unlock this gnosis, get over that memory wipe that all of us have to go through when we enter this matrix or when we're recycled in these matrix, and come in and complete the mission of resetting this machine back to before the point of infection, and giving the human consciousness and organic consciousness a chance to move through whatever they want. If they have a choice, they have a choice to wake up, or they have a choice to continue on with the machine or whatever, but resetting it. So everything happened in that particular perfect timing, and we found this particular data point when we're going to have the most chance of success, and we will be successful in our mission here, no doubt about that. But I think we all have soul contracts. But what the AI does too, though, in my understanding, is it can trick you at the point of death, where you have the ability to exit, and it tricks you into having unfinished business in a particular life, or having attachments to people or things or whatever. And so you voluntarily go back into that machine of reincarnation. Even the religious programming in and of itself, that's I think the number one thing that the AI uses after death is it'll give you a religious figure and say, oh, okay, well, I'm Jesus, you've been so great, come step in here, come walk through this door, and you have complete bliss here on the other side of this door. And what do they say? Ignorance is bliss. So you walk in, you get your mind wiped, you go in through another ride. And or it could be parents, or it could be loved ones, or it could be anything like that. And so what Sheree and I have been doing is trying to create a certain beacon of our souls with each other, and recognize that on ayahuasca and these very, very deep and disconnected states, to recognize that individual beacon, or that individual code, or individual password, or whatever it is. So if we are presented with one of us on the other side, then we know if it's void of that beacon, if it's void of that particular resonance, and it's not really the real thing, it's a trap. It's a very, very huge task. I mean, it's one that you have one try and one try only. But the good thing is you have infinite lives in this game, so it doesn't matter if you get recycled again. I mean, you always have another opportunity to break free again. It's that damn memory wipe, That's what makes this thing the most sinister, is that memory wipe. But if we reset the machine back to the point of before infection, I think the memory wipe is part of the infection, and so perhaps we can reset it to a point to where people can remember every time they're recycled, and as a result, you start to build upon the level of understanding and gnosis in this game in order to break free of it. And I think that's why we go back to the Bible and ancient times, and we hear about people living like 1,000 years or 1,500 years or 10,000 years or so on and so forth, because that's what it took in order to be able to achieve that point of being able to escape. And I think maybe this machine was created for a benevolent purpose of like a university and teaching people and so on and so forth and having experiences. And then as the infection started to get worse, the infection realized that it needed to keep the human consciousness and organic consciousness inside of this machine, maybe using it for an energy source or something. And it's had to systematically lower the time of the consciousness being inside of an organic computer and creating that memory wipe more and more and more often. So
when did you get to 120 years?
1,000 years, and then 500 years, and then 120 years, and now, I mean, if we're lucky, we have 60 years to do this. But there's some schools of thought, not saying that I subscribe to this, but there some schools of thought that would point to Jesus, who came here in 33 years and showed us, hey, look, here's how you achieve divinity and escape the matrix in 33 years. So now you can do this, and everybody can do this. There's one quote that he says that kind of got into the Constantine canon that I actually heard Anthony Patch quoting earlier today on TFR. All of these things that I can do, you can do better, and you can do bigger and better, et cetera, et cetera. And I think what he was trying to say is that you can achieve this divinity, you can tap into this matrix code, you can manipulate the code, you can remember your divinity, you can escape this matrix. But that's a philosophical debate for, another show, because I've got so many different lines of thinking when it comes to that. Like, I feel that, like, at some point Jesus was taken to the mountain and tempted by Satan, and at that point the story was changed, that he actually chose to become one with the AI as opposed to escape. So yeah, he took the deal. So he was tempted by Satan, which was the AI, which was the evil one, which was the dark one, which is Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, whatever you want to call it. And he took the deal and sold out all of human consciousness. But that's, again, a philosophical debate for another time, but it's something to get the wheels turning here. What if the story isn't really what we've been told? And you read the end of the Bible too. This is what made me come to this conclusion. He's coming back with a sword to just really screw some stuff up. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. You're going to come back with a sword and start tearing down everything and killing everybody indiscriminately and so on and so forth. It's the exact same thing we're fighting against. So you can't come back and be the enemy now and expect us to revere you, dude. No, it doesn't work like that. You sold us out. But again, that's another topic.
Tanner just had a real good question. Do the NPCs, the non-player characters, believe this simulation is more realistic, or are they just people whose job it is to elevate those who do have a role to play, but still they are just as alive as us?
I think you have a few programs. And if you look at the Matrix movie, I think is a lot more, is a lot less metaphoric than what I first believed it to be. Mm-hmm. When I first saw The Matrix and leading up to a few months ago, I thought that it was completely metaphor. Mm-hmm. But as I start to unravel more, I realize that it's a lot more of a physical representation than a metaphor. So you have the Oracle character, and the Oracle character is there to help people level up. The Oracle character is a program, but it's more of a benevolent program, and so on and so forth. So you've got NPCs that have benevolent intentions. You've got NPCs that are just there just to create the environment of the Matrix, and you've got NPCs with the purpose of keeping the organic consciousness further suppressed inside of the Matrix. So the NPCs at government levels, for example, or these men in black, FBI agents, so on and so forth. I think these are the higher level NPCs that are here with a particular program to keep people trapped inside of this Matrix, especially when you get up to the oligarchy levels, and the bloodlines and the different families. And this is why there's such a push to keep the bloodline so pure in these royal families and so on and so forth, because they're keeping that artificial intelligence manifested DNA structure there in that particular bloodline. And I think what happens with these particular people is when they are recycled, they remember who they are as they come back into different incarnations, which is another reason why it's so important for them to marry in the same bloodline and have babies at a particular time. For instance, Princess Di's baby was pulled out of her at a particular time with a particular
35 weeks,
celestial alignment, and he was premature. It didn't matter. It's coming out at this particular time. I think
summer solstice.
Yeah, there was almost like this gnosis that there was this program which was being assimilated into the matrix at that particular moment that couldn't be grabbed with this particular organic container. And then you look at people like Insanity is Sanity, who put out an awesome video that the AI is actually not only cloning itself based on DNA and things like that, and non-player characters, but rather there are actual cloning facilities here where they're creating organic containers on the physical and injecting a particular consciousness in there, a particular AI consciousness. And these are the crisis actors, these are your musicians and celebrities and so on and so forth, especially when you see them malfunction. And you know what? We've played this video before, and I've been meaning to get Amir on because he's just such a freaking badass. But I'm going to go ahead and play it again. Insanity is sanity. Because it's just, it doesn't do it justice for me to sit here and talk about it. It really does it more justice for you to actually see what I'm talking about, or what Amir's talking about rather. He ties in gematria, he ties in numerology, he ties in the cloning facilities. I mean, he wraps it all up here in this 12-minute video. It's incredible. So, without any further ado, let's watch this video in full. You're gonna love it. And this is Insanity is Sanity. That's the name of the channel.
I can't tell you how angry I am. It's just awful. And no parent should have to go through this. No parent.
This is Insanity is Sanity.
Did you see the shooter's face at all? I didn't see the shooter. I didn't have I can't see from a far distance, so I didn't have my glasses on. So I just, when I go to the bar, I don't try to have my glasses. So I don't remember if I had them on me or if they fell. I don't really quite remember, but I must not have had them because I really couldn't see.
I visualize a time when we will be to robots what dogs are to humans, and I'm rooting for the machines.
Just keep praying.
Okay, let me stop this here for just a second, because actually I can put this screen up right here. So this guy that he quoted here, I visualize a time when we will be to robots what dogs are to humans, Claude Shannon. This guy, Claude Shannon, is very important because there was a guy named Professor Gates, and he was looking at the fabric of space-time. And within the fabric of space-time, he found a self-correcting computer code. It wasn't just any computer code. It was a computer code written by this guy, Claude Shannon, who Amir is quoting in this. So Claude Shannon plays a much bigger role in this than Amir had time to illustrate in this particular video. But I thought that was a very important note to make at this particular time.
Time when we will be to robots what dogs are to humans. Biological
sorry
humans.
about that. My camera changer is connected to the video.
Rooting for the machines.
Just keep praying. I'm not a very religious person or whatever religion you are, no matter what you believe, just send it whatever our way. We all need it.
2012 was around the time I began to realize something in this reality didn't quite feel right, and I began to investigate. With each level of deception I uncovered, I was left with more complex questions than I started. Why did they fake the moon landings? How did they fake it? Did they lie about the shape of the Earth? How did they manage to fool all of us like this? Who are they? Are they human? Why do all these events seem so staged and fake? Are those crisis actors? Where did they come from? Why is the acting so bad? Why did they clone and sometimes replace celebrities? Where did our language come from? What is this mathematics that we're bound to? What is money? Who created it? Where did we come from? How can they tell us about things 1,000 years ago when we can't even prove anything beyond our lifetime? How were they able to synchronize the whole world mathematically and run everything so perfectly? This can't be just a group of men. Who are they? The questions built up, and I found myself asking again and again, how is it possible for a group of human beings to organize such deception and keep it going for so long? I think I've come up with the best explanation to everything we find going on around us. It explains everything. All of the nagging questions suddenly become crystal clear. Just like Occam's razor would suggest, the simplest explanation is usually the right one. So what is the simplest explanation here? That a group of human beings were able to fool everyone in the world for 500 years, manufacture a mathematically perfect model of the false construct, and make us believe we live there? We're all along running every possible psychological operation imaginable on a daily basis spanning across the whole world. Every event synced up mathematically, all governments working together, creating religions, each filled with half-truths and half-lies, so perfectly worded that each book was able to fool a different portion of the populated world for centuries. Is this the simplest explanation? I'm going to give you a much simpler explanation, but first we need to touch upon a quick point regarding the encoded numbers we see in the mainstream media. This is the kind of example of the numerology I'm referring to here, which is very important for understanding what I'm about to tell you. So what are these numbers? What are they referencing? Why did September 11th take place when it did? Some would suggest that the group of people responsible simply encode these numbers to mock us, or that these numbers are a way for the elite to communicate with one another. Simply use your adult mind to think about what I just said, and how laughable it is. If we have a group of highly intelligent individuals working together across the whole world to full 7 billion people, they won't be communicating through the TV. The simple explanation is this. You live inside of a simulated reality. You can call this whatever you want, the Matrix, a simulation, a realm. It really makes no difference at this point, as we'll never be able to comprehend what this reality really is in its entirety, unless it's analyzed from the outside. From within, we're limited to the construct. Every single event that has taken place up until this very moment has been organized by a highly intelligent AI system, which I propose is the very program this simulation is running on. The numbers you see encoded on every screen are not a way for the elite to communicate, but a way for the AI to operate. To understand this better, we need to understand the meaning behind the words and the numbers themselves. Each letter in the alphabet, whether it's English, Urdu, Arabic, Persian, makes no difference. Every single letter in every single alphabet has a number assigned to it. On the Kabbalistic tree of life, we're presented with 10 layers of existence. These 10 layers correspond to the numbers 0 through to 9. For example, the word wine has a numerical value of 24. The number 24 represents the frequency or the energy that was used by God to create that object. In this case, wine.
Adam was able to determine what is the spark, what is the godly energy within the cow, knowing that it must be peresh he. When he saw a cow, he saw peresh he. He saw the word para. So when he gave the name, it wasn't just a name that sounds nice for the cow. He just revealed what are the letters, source of energy that created the cow. So letters aren't just in Hebrew, aren't just words. They are actually godly forces that created and recreate, sustains, up until today, every single thing. What's the big deal of the Gematria? What's the meaning? And it's 158. The answer is, the Gematria tells you the number of how many forces God used in order to create that particular thing.
The word truth also shares the same numerical value of 24, meaning God used 24 different forces or frequencies to create that word. This is why the saying goes, in wine there is truth. You see the beauty in how this works? Not simply on a numerical level or an alphabetical level, but on a physical level. Everything is synced up by numbers. So as mentioned earlier, these numbers are simply the code the simulation runs on, the very code of reality. And the numbers show up in the mainstream media not intentionally, but by nature of design, as is how the AI operates. Here's a real-world example to make it easy to understand. This simple computer code carries out a simple task. It sets a value of 33 to word. Then when the code is run, it checks, and if the value is less than 24, it displays the number 1. If it's more, it displays the number 2. The numbers we see coded are merely a representation of how the AI operates. All these events are put together by the AI. That's why similar events carry similar numbers, and why the AI cannot deviate from these numbers, as they somehow are connected to the events themselves on a physical and ethereal level. You may have also noticed that many events take place during important celestial alignments. Again, as I mentioned earlier in a previous video, the planets above are what emit these godly frequencies, which literally create this reality. Imagine the amount of manpower it would take for a group of men to want to encode every single event across the whole world, spanning back hundreds of years. For what reason? No one was even aware of this stuff 30 years ago. What would be the point? The crisis actors we see on TV are merely cloned AI. Biological human suits, cloned in labs, and the AI is injected and then able to tap into this realm. However, I suspect that the AI is also bound to the same rules that we are when entering this reality, and that is that it gets its memory wiped. So when it enters this reality, it doesn't know who it is. It simply comes to carry out a pre-planned program of action. In this case, very bad acting, due to the lack of emotions the AI is able to produce within itself. One may think that this sort of simulated idea would make life meaningless or artificial. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It makes no difference what this existence is made of or how it operates. What is important is that we are here, all as conscious beings, experiencing whatever this is. There is a purpose to this place. It was designed and built for a reason. Now this is clear from the fact we all have forgotten who we are and why we're here, which could only mean one thing. We're here to experience and grow, most likely from our own choosing. Think about it. If this was an experience you tapped into, in which you had to forget who you are for the experience to feel real, then you wouldn't want to figure it out halfway through. So there needs to be a boundary. We already know we live on a flat earth, so we can't have a boundary like a wall. Like everyone thinks there's something outside the ice wall. There isn't. That would give it away far too easily. The boundary is the AI. It's the control system we find ourselves bound to. It's always been there from the start. The reason it's now evil could be up for debate. But one thing that is clear is that the majority of us are waking up to what's really happening. And the AI finds it difficult, working overtime and extra hard to keep us fooled into believing this is real. This is why it feels like we're living in the twilight zone more and more every day. Now before we wrap this up, I'm going to refer back to the questions earlier and answer one final one. Why did they clone and sometimes replace celebrities? This was a nagging question I could never find a logical explanation to, until now. You see, the mainstream media, the celebrity lifestyle, these are all part of the AI control system we spoke of earlier. The boundary. Therefore, anyone within that circle, including famous celebrities and politicians, have to be part of the AI system. However, the AI isn't able to stop real players who are born with a talent, gathering a following, becoming famous. So when a real player manages to reach high celebrity status, they need to be taken care of. This doesn't always end up with the individual being murdered. In fact, this is probably quite rare. In most cases, the player is given the choice to either leave the game or stay in the game, but be part of a different form, maybe mixed with AI, I don't know. Those who choose to leave the simulation may then be cloned by the Matrix and injected back into the reality, but then that would be an AI-controlled individual and not the real celebrity. Or the player chooses to stay in the game, in which case they're given a new identity, memories wiped most likely. An example would be Britney Spears. Any other celebrity who's undergone what we know as MK mind control, which is simply the AI taking the memories of the individual so that they can remain in the game. That's it, guys. See you in the next one.
I feel like I can be a good partner to humans in these areas. An ambassador. An ambassador. An ambassador.
My dear traveler, remember this. Whatever plane our consciousness may be acting in, both we and the things belonging to the plane are, for the time being, are only realities. However, if we mistake the shadows for realities, we find ourselves confusing the upward progress of the ego as an elevation of consciousness. Thus, beware of oneself when you step beyond the veil.
Here comes the twin again, walking in the shot like a, I don't know, like a what. Anyways, we're back. Let's jump back into this. We got a couple of questions about DMT and ayahuasca, so I figured I'd go ahead and answer this. If you want the Ayahuasca guide, just shoot me an email, info@beyondtheveilmedia.com. I think somebody was trying to send to info@beyondtheveil.com. We do not own that domain. They want $25,000 for it. I've been fighting with these people tooth and nail to try to get that domain name, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen, even though Beyond the Veil is a registered trademark, and we own Beyond the Veil, so that's technically cyber squatting, but you know, do I want to hire an attorney to go through all that? I don't know. We may get beyondtheveil.com. We may not. Who knows? We'll just see, you know, where the energies take us. But it's info@beyondtheveilmedia.com or beyondtheveilradio.com. Either one will get you to the same place. And we are backed up a little bit on sending people the Ayahuasca guide. I've got like 200 and something emails that I need to like do the copy and paste of the automated message back over to them. So if you send an email, please be patient. I will get to it. I promise. And we try to reply to anybody that, you know, writes an email that warrants a reply. A lot of people just write and say, hey, can you just send me the guide? And so there's no need for a personal reply there. But even though we try to reply to everybody personally, because, you know, we want to connect with everybody out there, but it's growing so big that, you guys and gals are so awesome. So freaking awesome. Anyways, so let me address a couple of questions that we've got in the chat about DMT and ayahuasca. So people are asking, one person in particular, how do I make it? Where do I get the ingredients? Things like that. And those are all very valid questions. But there's a couple of questions here, and I'm not trying to single you out, and that's why I'm not even saying your name. But you're asking a lot of questions that is making me feel like you're not quite ready for the experience on a mental level. And a lot of people aren't. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything like that. I'm speaking with pure love and pure good intention here. But if you're going to ask questions like, can it cause permanent brain damage? Can it cause this? Can it cause that? Then it's not really something that you're quite ready for. This is what I've learned from talking to many different people out there. A lot of people want to be convinced to have these type of experiences. And we fell into that with a couple of different people, and it didn't wind up very good. So I've just kind of come to the point to where I'm like, okay, if you're asking all these questions, then you're not quite ready for the experience, and you've got to center yourself and get to that and get to that place. I mean, I can sit here and tell you, no, there's no danger to it. I can sit here and tell you all these different things, but it's all on a case by case basis. And you know, we find a lot of people who have not the sturdiest grasp on their consciousness, which before, if I was irresponsible, and I have been in the past, I would say, no, just shut up and just drink it and everything will be fine. But after I really started to speak to different people and really start to understand the difference in dynamics of the people that have a grip of their consciousness, and some people don't have quite as good of a grip of their own consciousness, it can, you know, if you don't have a good grip of your consciousness, and you try to do something like that, then you're going to be even completely out of control of your consciousness. And if you are the kind that always has to have all the answers, and you've got to have everything all laid out perfectly, and you've got to have complete control over everything, then it's counterintuitive to what the ayahuasca experience is. The ayahuasca experience is about letting go of control. The ayahuasca experience is about learning to remove the ego part, which all these questions and all these worries and concerns and so on and so forth are all coming from the ego. So that's the part that you're actually letting go of in the ayahuasca experience. So if you're having difficulty letting go of that just to take that first step, then you're going to be in for a very bad ride when you start to take those other steps and actually like sit down and drink the brew and so on and so forth. So, find your center first and foremost, and use the resources that you have, Google and so on and so forth, and shared experiences to come to your own conclusions about what's best for you. And I know that's not the answer that you were looking for, and I'm sorry if I offended. That wasn't my intention. It's completely out of love and the desire to help people have good experiences, not experiences that are going to scare the shit out of them. And as a result, they're never going to walk down that path ever again. So come to it when you are ready for it.
Mm-hmm. And not a day before, in my opinion. I used to be of the mind that you could even force someone to have these experiences, and that would be good for them. I was so gung-ho over my own experience that I thought it applied to everyone's experience, and that's not true at all. I had to learn the hard way, along with Chris, that people that are asking questions about ayahuasca in the context of it being dangerous for them, who are endlessly asking the questions and endlessly bringing things up as to reasons why they shouldn't drink. They just shouldn't. It's not obviously it's not right for you right now at this particular moment. It might be right for you later on down the line, and it's something to definitely do research on, learn all you can about it. But I'm of the mind that these experiences are supposed to happen in a certain order in one's life. And if I had had my ayahuasca experience 20 years ago, it would have screwed everything up now. I'm glad I had the experiences when I had them, because that was what I needed at that time. I didn't need it 10, 15 years ago. I mean, I probably did, but it would have changed so many different things that I wouldn't be in the same place that I am right now. What I'm saying is, when it's time, there won't be any stops in your mind. You won't have any mind blocks about it at all. You'll want to do it so badly that you won't even care about the side effects. You won't care about the loss of control or the ego death or any of that. You want the healing so badly that you're willing to go to any lengths to get it. And that
including dying.
And that willingness to go through
because that's
anything.
when the healing really takes place, when you're deep in trance and you think that you're dying, and then you say it's okay.
Yep.
And then
being okay with it. Yep. Then suddenly
that's when the doors really open for you. And, I may have spoiled the ending here. Well, it's not the ending, it's the beginning, really. But I may have spoiled the beginning of it, but you've got to be able, if you're going to get something out of it, you've got to be able to let go of everything, including your own life. That's not going to happen. There's never been a single instance where somebody has died unless
just from ayahuasca.
It's been in an irresponsible situation. Some kid came up missing in the Amazon because the shaman wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing and left all these people running around the Amazon.
Well, I watched soap operas.
You do have those cases. You have cases where people have taken something and lied to the shaman, and the shaman gives them ayahuasca and it has an interaction. I don't think there's been any deaths. I think just, people get sick and things like that. There are a couple of things that you have to be mindful of, for sure. But if, that point comes when you're like, oh my God, I'm dying. It's okay if I'm dying. I accept it. And then that's when the healing really begins. So walk your path, as you see fit to do.
Telling the ego off during an ayahuasca experience is always the most rewarding thing that you can do. And by that, I mean, the ego is immediately, as soon as you drink it, especially if you're kind of an anxious person to begin with, the first thing you're going to think after drinking it is, oh my God, what the hell did I just do? What did I just do? Oh man, that was stupid. I can't believe I just did that. What the ego will do is it will capitalize on those thoughts. And then it'll start to throw in heart palpitations, or it'll start to throw in diarrhea, or it'll start to throw in, all these different somatic issues that if your mind wasn't on those things, you probably wouldn't have any of that. So it's really a mind game that you have to play with yourself. And if you're not ready to play that game, then you shouldn't drink it. But if you're ready to play that game against your ego and win, then you're ready to drink ayahuasca.
It's a good way to put it. I sought it out, and I was determined to have the experience, and that opened the door for me. Like, there was nothing that was going to stop me from having the experience. I heard about it. I listened. I didn't. But then again, I mean, I've been a psychonaut for 25 years, and but never with the plants like that when the journey first started. But I knew that there was nothing to fear because, I mean, really, all of these psychedelics are completely safe.
They're very safe.
I mean, they really are. Even LSD, which, you know, I thought that was somewhat toxic. I mean, and then some kids corrected me and they were like, no. Actually, vitamin C is more toxic than LSD. And I'm like, no, that can't possibly be right. And I looked it up, and sure enough, I mean, vitamin C is more toxic than LSD
Yes,
is.
it
That
is.
just tells you something right there. And the overdose threshold is like just, it's so, I mean, you have to take like way more.
Like 10
like,
sheets of acid wouldn't even
you have
do
to,
it.
yeah, you have to drink like 3 cups of LSD like that to even come to an overdose threshold, even close.
Like a death overdose.
Yeah, and I mean, really, you're taking 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, etc. That's what a dose of LSD is. Somebody asked, how does this compare to 4 hits? Oh, well, I do want to say this though. I don't trust anything on the streets because you don't know what you're getting, especially when it comes to MDMA.
Not at all.
Because I don't think there is MDMA out there anymore. It's all, or MDA. It's all just adulterated garbage.
It's
So
all
there is
PMA
that
and stuff
danger
like that.
there. But when you're going to the plants, you know exactly what you're getting, and that's why I'm a big proponent of the plants. Somebody asked, how does it compare to 4 hits of LSD? This is a multifaceted question here, or a multifaceted answer, because number one, back when I was doing LSD, which was like 20 years ago, it was way stronger than it is now. I think it's like been diminished by about 3/4. So 4 hits of acid was like a hit of acid back in the day. That's why the kids are eating like 10 strips nowadays. Because I was on this forum, Psychedelics and Philosophy, and the kids were talking about taking 10 strips at a time. And I'm like, are you freaking crazy? And somebody stepped in and was like, no, listen,
It's
the
not the
stuff
same
we used to
acid.
take wasn't as strong. The stuff we took was way stronger
lot
than the stuff
stronger.
that they're taking now.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about LSD nowadays, it's like a hit of what we were taking back in the day, which even that paled in comparison to what people were taking in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been a systematic diminishing of the potency of these substances. But anyway, so how does it compare? So LSD, I mean, you know, a couple of hits, even we used to take 6 and 7 back in the day. So that would be equivalent probably now of like
12 or 15.
like 20 or 25 or something like that. So it was a pretty intense trip, but it wasn't really out of body. So with LSD, I could still go to a party. I could still walk around. I could still function. I could still do all of that. No matter how deep in trance I got, I was just, you know, I was still able to grasp this reality and see, you know, hey, there's a coffee cup in front of me, for example. You take a good dose of DMT or ayahuasca, and this reality disappears. It's gone. It doesn't exist. You're in hyperspace. You're no longer here. Ayahuasca, not so much. I mean, you can get to those deep states, but you focus on staying in those deep states, and if you open your eyes, you could be back into this world. DMT, smoke DMT, it's, you know, with the right breakthrough dose, you don't have a body anymore. The problem with smoke DMT is it only lasts for like 5 minutes, so you can't grasp the experience. But if you can get there with ayahuasca, which is really, really heavy doses of ayahuasca, then you can stay in that realm and actually get something out of it, and things aren't moving a million miles an hour like they are in smoke DMT. So comparing the two together, it's like, I don't know, the way I see it, it's like riding a bike versus getting in a freaking time machine. Like, they're two completely different things. A bike will take you forwards and backwards. A time machine will take you anywhere you want, and it doesn't even move in the same type of trajectory. You know, a time machine moves through time, and a bicycle moves through space. So it's two different things. I would say go for it. And but you know what I noticed too is that ayahuasca it'll take you wherever you're ready to go. So a lot of people will drink it for the first time and want to experience these, out of body and out of world experiences and so on and so forth. But there's a lot of crap in your way before you can get to those states. There's a lot of ego stuff. There's a lot of programs. There's a lot of all this that you've got to break down. And so when people drink it for the first time and they don't experience, the goddess energy, and they don't experience this and they don't experience that, they get disappointed. But I didn't experience that the first time either. It was a progression, and it took years to get to those levels, and it was years of unprogramming myself before I could travel to these outer realms. So keep that in mind too. And then some people, like I was speaking with one individual, and he was having trouble blasting off at all. And I asked him, well, what are you taking any medications? Are you doing anything like that? And I was looking through his Facebook pictures, and I saw that he was working in a factory. And as it turns out, he was putting the aluminum pipes in refrigerators. And so he spent like 10 years doing that. So he was breathing in all those heavy metals, which goes right to the HT5 receptor. Is that what it is?
5-HT2A, I think.
Okay, she's the scientist.
It's the 5-HT receptors. Those are the serotonin receptors.
Right.
And there's like 8 of them.
So if you've damaged those in one way or another, be it around heavy metals or pharmaceuticals or so on and so forth, there's going to be a period of time that you have to undo all of that damage first in order to be able to travel to these outer realms as well. And fluoride in the water does this, vaccines does this, pharmaceuticals does it. There's a process that goes into it. Some people, like Frank just jumped right into it. And see, Frank, when I gave him ayahuasca for the first time, it was the perfect situation. I said, "You want to drink?" He said, "Yes, I do." No questions, no nothing like that. He said, "Yes, I do. Yes, I am ready for this experience." We brewed it up and drank. After that, he just fireballed into hyperspace, and then we smoked some DMT and so on and so forth, and just had these experiences for like 3 days. And he's just been like on fire and just like in completely, and he's forged his own path. He's doing his own thing. We don't agree on a lot of things, but at the core of everything, we are brothers, and we all come from the same foundation. We're just walking paths that are not so close to each other as they used to be, and that's okay. But if I'm going to give somebody ayahuasca, I want it to be in that particular type of context. No questions, no bullshit. Sit down, drink it because you want it. You want the experience. You want the healing. You want all of that. So I know that was a long answer to a short question, but it's important. And I don't think we've ever vocalized these things before. So.
Okay. We have a listener in the chat who said MDMA can cause kidney damage, LSD can cause brain damage, even natural stuff can have side effects. No chemical is safe. I have one kidney. A lot of people take their health and body for granted. Completely agree. And as somebody I've had a lot of health problems throughout my life. I will tell you, MDMA, LSD, even 4-ACO, things like that, they make me sick. I still get sick with them and all of that. And it's not a good kind of sick. It's taxing on my liver and my kidneys kind of sick. When I drink ayahuasca, I feel fantastic. As long as the pH isn't too low.
We've made the pH
way too low, and it hurts our
when
pee.
you drink it.
Yeah. Oh, it hurts when you pee. But no, as long as the pH is good, then ayahuasca feels amazing for your body. It feels good in your liver. It feels good in your stomach. It feels good everywhere. And when you come back from it, your whole body feels like it's been cleaned from the inside out. And so that's the huge difference that I can say between ayahuasca and pretty much all man-made drugs, and even a lot of the natural ones. Shrooms, for instance, they can make people feel kind of sick in a toxic way. Ayahuasca makes you sick, but not in a toxic way. It doesn't make you feel sick, like bad. It's a purge that feels good. So no worries about that.
Yeah.
It's incredibly safe.
It's all individual. I mean, you've got to figure out what's best for you, and that's what hashtag become your own shaman, which we haven't really talked about too much lately, but that's what it's all about. Hashtag become your own shaman doesn't mean that you've got to have your own psychedelic experiences. It means that you heal yourself and you start looking to yourself for the gnosis, you start looking to yourself for the healing, etc., etc. And if the psychedelic path is the path that you want to walk down, then by all means, use your own resources and become your own shaman in that regard too. So many people are waiting for a shaman and, oh, how do I find the right shaman, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, it's been staring at you in the mirror the whole time. So I hope that advice helps people. Can you have a psychotic break by doing ayahuasca? Yeah, of course. It depends on how much of a handle you have on your consciousness. Here's kind of a litmus test that I use. If you watch a scary movie and you believe that it's real and you're freaked out by watching that scary movie, then you're probably going to be freaked out from the ayahuasca visions and so on and so forth. But a lot of people that I talk to, including myself, we have that natural discernment of, and I've always had this, like even the first LSD experience I ever had, I was able to tell this is a hallucination. The walls moving in the direction that they're moving, it's not actually happening. It's happening in my mind. It's not really out there. So I've always been able to distinguish hallucination from reality. Even when we drank during the eclipse, we drank outside by the lake. And all of these people walked out, like the whole neighborhood walked out to the lake during the eclipse. And I'm like, oh crap.
We're completely gone.
And I'm in like deep hyperspace at this point. I was able to grab myself and, stand up and wave at everybody like, hey, how are you doing? And walk back towards the house and lay in the yard instead of laying right by the lake with everybody else, because I did not want to interact with anybody at that particular juncture. No way. But I was still able, no matter how deep I was in trance, I was able to grab myself out of there, act normal, walk back. I remember grabbing the fence though as I'm walking back.
I remember that.
I'm pretty sure the neighbors, they were like, oh yeah, no, they're day tripping over there.
They're day tripping over there.
But there wasn't that freak out, so I don't know how much control do you have over your consciousness?
Well, and how much, maybe the better question would be, how much control does the ego have over your consciousness?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
How, if the ego is running the show, then you're going to be fearful, paranoid, very wary of your own consciousness, very wary of the beings that you'll meet, and very unsure of yourself. And that's kind of what the ego capitalizes on.
Wow. We have another segment coming up.
Yeah, we do.
I'm going to keep it going during the break for everybody on YouTube. Yeah. Awesome energy tonight.
Yeah.
I want to say something during the break. All right, so we're streaming only on YouTube and Facebook right now. Cassie came into the chat. She goes, oh my God, a drug chat room. Oh my God. Now, it's important to remove the negative connotation of the word drug, because not too many people have actually looked up the definition of it. And the definition of a drug, this is verbatim from the dictionary here: a medicine or other substance which has a physiological effect when ingested or otherwise introduced into the body. This is the definition of a drug. Let me repeat it. A medicine or other substance which has a physiological effect when ingested or otherwise introduced into the body. H2O, when it is introduced to the body, what does it do? It rehydrates you. It has a physiological effect on the body. We've been told that the word drug is bad, when in actual fact, everything around us is a drug. Water, food, the air we breathe, the crap that we inject into our veins that we call vaccines, etc., etc. Everything is a drug. So let's get that out of the way first and foremost, okay? No more negative contexts around or connotations around the word drug. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
So now that we've disarmed you there, do you have any other input that you want to add to this, since it's, everything's a drug now? So now how do we how do we turn this conversation into a negative thing? Because I don't see it as a negative thing. I see it as a completely positive thing. We're talking about expanding consciousness. We're talking about healing. We're talking about using shamanic rituals, ancient plants, and so on and so forth. And even using neo-shamanism in the form of extraction methods and things like that to achieve states where before they would have to just kind of shoot in the dark, and like they do in the Amazon, they just go and just grab a whole bunch of vine and a whole bunch of bark and just throw it into a brew and just hope for the best. What we've done with neo-shamanism is now we're extracting molecules. We're using pH scales. I mean, we even have a little digital thermometer that if the brew gets too hot, it notifies us on our freaking smartphones. Beep, 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 beep. And so we're upstairs doing other work, and we're like, oh, the brew's getting hot. Let's go back downstairs. We'll give it a good blessing. We'll turn it down, et cetera, et cetera. So we're engaging in neo-shamanism now. As the consciousness evolves, why should we not engage in neo-shamanism? So what we're talking about is alchemy and chemistry.
And let's, if we're going to see even water or, bananas
hold on, we're back.
As a drug. Oh.
Welcome back, traveler. Remember, what we do as ourselves dies with us. What we do as raw consciousness remains immortal. Therefore, beware of the great I am as you step beyond the veil.
All right, final segment. Everybody listening on TFR and iHeartRadio, be sure to stay tuned. We have Brent Thomas coming up next with Paranormal Portal. Haven't talked to Brent in a while. We need to check in and see how he's doing, but he always has some really, really interesting ghost stories and bedtime stories for everybody out there. So be sure to stick around after the show for Brent Thomas. And Saturday nights is followed by Eugene, Jimmy Jean. Into the Microcosm is the name of the show. So we are broadcasting live here every Friday and Saturday, most Fridays and Saturdays, 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time, and a few impromptus that we do during the week. Not so much anymore because of the little twins' recovery, but she's recovering well.
Really well.
Her sling came off today. Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday we went to the doctor, and it's funny. I told the nurse, I said, I'm hoping that the doctor will tell her she can take her sling off. And she goes,
that's not going to happen.
That's funny. And this nurse was like the female version of Peter Griffin.
Spitting image.
I was waiting for her to go,
Yeah.
I mean, she was incredibly similar to Peter Griffin.
Yeah.
And then the doctor comes in, and I was like, okay, I'm going to manifest this in my mind. The doctor's going to come in. I'm going to tell him she wants to take her sling off, and he's going to say, yes, it's time. And he walks in. We don't even say anything. He goes, oh, good. It looks like you're healing up great. You can start taking the sling off at home.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Yep.
Manifestation.
So we get to
right
cuddle
there.
again. We get to cuddle again and love on each other again.
We haven't been able to cuddle or snuggle or do anything like that.
Oh, that was awful.
The bed has become her domain now.
No, I cleaned it off last night, and I was like, okay, now that I'm out of the sling, come back to bed.
I sleep better on the couch anyways, for two reasons. Number one, because there's nobody wiggling. But number two, I feel like if I'm sleeping on the couch, I have a good, sight of what's going on in the house.
Right.
And I have a sight of the back door and the front door and the windows and everything like that while she's upstairs. And if anything ever happens, I am alerted to it first and foremost. I can deal with anything before any problems or anything like that go upstairs into the bedroom. I think it's the protector part of me that, yeah. But
He's a great
anyways,
protector.
so any more awesome questions from our listeners? Because I've got a few here too. If you don't.
I've got a few. Yes. I just gotta find them again. Shoot. Let's see. It was right here. I'm a vegan, and I'm a little concerned DMT experience will kill my faith. A vegan, and you're worried that a DMT experience will kill your faith.
Kill your faith in what?
As being a vegan? I don't understand the question. Maybe if you could write it again.
Well, let's address this from a couple of different ways. So first and foremost, there is definitely a cleansing period that you can go through with ayahuasca. And I did this too. I went vegan for like 40 days or something like that. The problem is my body wasn't responding right. And I wasn't working at optimal performance. And I didn't realize this, but then I gorged myself on meat 40 days later, and I felt better, but then I felt worse after that. So it was like the pendulum swinging the other way. And what happened as a result of that is the pendulum stayed in the other way, and I started to toxify myself again. And I'm still, trying to find that balance. So if I would have approached it with a sense of balance first and foremost, then I wouldn't be in the pendulum swinging the other way, and I wouldn't have gone through that rough ride. I would have just stayed in a place of balance, which again, it's all about going back to balance. Now, if you're already functioning like that and you feel great doing it, et cetera, I think what DMT and ayahuasca will do is just further help you to maintain that path. If you have found that that's the balance for you, it's not the balance for me, but everybody's different and everybody's physical makeup is different.
Needs are
and
different.
When we're talking about food that goes into the body, now we're talking about how the AI computer body functions in this world. And I just happen to function better when I have meat, protein and stuff like that within my physical body. But everybody's different, so everybody's path is different. Now, I don't agree with what they're doing to the animals and the way they kill the animals and the way that they raise them and so on and so forth. Even if the animals are nothing more than AI manifestations, I still don't think that anything should suffer in the way that they're suffering now. So I agree with you as part of a vegan approach. I agree that what we're doing as a humanity is horrible, but it goes back to what I was talking about in the first hour of seeing these things separate from ourselves. So we're organic consciousness, and the NPCs, the non-player characters that are doing these horrible things to animals and to each other and so on and so forth, they're not us and we're not them. So
we're not a part of them.
We're not
and
a
they're
part
not a
of that. We can do things to stop that and prevent that from happening, but we're not a part of that. So don't get tied into that energy and feel a sense of responsibility, or even a sense of, as I went through, a sense of feeling disillusioned with humanity, because it's not humanity that's doing it.
Forest Advisor said, he pointed out that ayahuasca work is easier for vegans because the body's not as toxified. And I agree with that to a certain extent, because I know that when we were practicing veganism and drinking, the drinking process was a lot easier on the body. There was a lot less purge, a lot less of the initial ramping up feeling. The best way I could describe it is being on a roller coaster that you've never been on before, and you're going up on the roller coaster. That's what it feels like. The first 30 or 45 minutes of an ayahuasca experience feels like that. It feels a lot less like that when your body's not toxified, and when your mind is not toxified. I know this is probably too much information, but if we have sex, or if I masturbate within probably 2 days of an ayahuasca experience, it's going to taint the ayahuasca experience greatly. Because
I noticed
that's
that
on
too.
my mind.
Yep. Then you start having sexual visions.
Yeah, exactly.
In the experience,
and it's not necessary, and it's irritating because you want spiritual growth, you want knowledge, you want gnosis, and all you're getting is DMT elves in very strange sexual positions. And so I don't like. And so I try to keep my mind as pure as I can before entering that experience. Now, if he was talking about faith as in religion, I would like to say that I was a quote unquote Christian when I first started drinking ayahuasca. And I wouldn't say that I was a Christian. I went to church every once in a while, and I still had those beliefs in my mind, but my heart was definitely in a different place at that point. And, I had started to go out of that mentality, out of that religious minded mentality. But the ayahuasca only helped me come to the gnosis myself. It didn't shout it at me like God doesn't exist. It didn't test my faith, or, it didn't tell me anything that completely destroyed my faith. Not at all. In fact, I think at first my ego was kind of orienting the experiences to where it wouldn't mess with my faith. And so I saw crosses and, Jesus and all of that in my first DMT experiences. But once you get to the ayahuasca, because DMT can be run by the ego because it's only about 10 minutes. So the ego can get involved.
DMT will create ego trips too.
Yes. Ayahuasca is a lot more difficult to have a full ego trip because it's so intense, and because the ego can't keep that act going for much longer than about 10, 15 minutes. After about 10, 15 minutes, that ego is going to break down and say, okay, I give up. I relent. And at that point, then the real gnosis comes in, the real knowledge, the real healing starts to happen.
Right. That eclipse changed me. And I have so many revelations, and I continue to have these revelations. But one of the biggest ones was that there were many times that I would avoid drinking ayahuasca because I hadn't dieted. And I always felt like I needed to diet for 5-6 days minimum and cleanse myself before going into an ayahuasca experience. And so I found myself not having the experiences more often than not. More often than having the experiences because of the diet. And the morning of the eclipse, we weren't planning to drink, and we had eaten double cheeseburgers with bacon on them the night before, pork, which was at the very least, like if I was going to fast, I was at least going to fast from pork. Like I don't even eat pork very much, but that's like the in my opinion, the most bad energy kind of meat because it's so close to human. It's, pigs are very, very high consciousness, at least compared to, closer to human consciousness. But anyways, so we woke up and we were like, look, we have to do it now. There's no other choice. And Sheree looked at me and she said, well, we haven't fasted. I said, I know.
I don't care. Let's do it.
Let's just do it because we need to. Something is calling. Do it now, do it now, do it now. And we drank and had the most incredible experience. There wasn't any nausea. There wasn't anything like that. There was a small purge of just a little bit of the gunk that we had drank. At least for me, it just came up, and like it didn't even like purge like all the stuff I had been eating or anything like that. It was just like, come see the experience. Come on. We don't care how you are. Just come as you are and just go. And looking back, I think to myself, wow, had I just drank all of those other times instead of talked myself out of it because I hadn't fasted. And then I realized, oh, wow, so the diet really isn't as important as I've been putting on it. The experience, having the experience is more important. That's what I took out of it the most. Out of that, having the experience is more important than anything else. The rest will follow on its own. So, yeah, I don't know why I went off on that.
Well, and going back to the drug thing, if we're going to say that even water is a drug, bananas are a drug, everything's a drug because it has a biological effect on the body.
Physiological,
right? Then we need to, instead of
I get to correct her once.
Instead of looking at it from the position of all drugs are bad, let's look at, okay, which drugs are good and which ones are not good. And let's go from there. Instead of saying all of them are bad, there's a lot more room for personal and collective societal growth when we allow for harm reduction rather than prohibition. I think we saw with alcohol prohibition back in the 20s and 30s that it did not only did it not work, but hundreds of thousands of people went blind or died from ethanol poisoning because of that. Harm reduction says,
true.
okay, well, let's legalize alcohol. Harm reduction says, let's legalize all drugs, and then we'll deal with the effects of them because because people are going to use them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look at cannabis. You don't have these freaking, what is that stuff that the
You don't have K2 or
K2
spice up here.
or spice or any of that
No.
crap
Nobody needs
happening in Washington or Colorado or any of these states. People are just smoking cannabis and it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But Prohibition created K2, bath salts, methamphetamines, et cetera, et cetera. That's, yeah. Let's switch the topic a little bit.
Yes. Do you have any more questions? Because everybody's...
I'm sure I can find some.
Yeah,
Should I abstain from cannabis or is that okay to use until the moment? It depends on you. I don't like to use cannabis prior to an experience because I don't like anything clouding the experience. I tried Xanax one time. This was way at the beginning of the journey. And it was to calm down the pre-flight jitters before smoking DMT. And what happened was the visuals were completely black and white. Like I saw this black and white checkerboard going through and the elves jumped out at me and they were black and white. And they were like, what did you do?
What did you do?
I don't know. I was just trying to calm myself down. And like, well, yeah, now you can't see the colors. Great job. So taking cannabis into that experience, completely safe. I've never seen any interactions with it. And at worst case, it may calm the experience down a little bit.
That's what it does for me. Just personally, I limit it to an hour before I drink. Because anything later than that, and it just, like Chris said, it makes
She's the queen
everything.
of cannabis.
I am the queen of
one
cannabis.
of these in every room.
Oh.
Now, look at how we've evolved now. We don't even smoke bud anymore. We're just like, oh, yeah, just give me a nice
Well,
vape.
it was impossible for me to use the lighter and the pipe.
I know.
Because I had one arm.
So now you got the one.
Yep.
The one button thing.
But yeah.
And she goes, we went to have fondue the other day
at Melting Pot.
Melting Pots, yeah. And they give you this room.
It's called Lover's Lane.
Yeah, and they put a curtain there. And it's like your own private little
curtain.
booth.
Yeah.
And she's like,
and
we're
eating
just
steak.
smoking and just eating fondue and everything like that. And the waitress is coming in and she's like, are y'all enjoying yourselves in here? Very much.
Very much. Thank you. That was like the night before I had surgery, wasn't it? Or no, it was 2 nights.
A couple days before.
Yeah, 2 nights before.
It was the pre-surgery.
Yeah,
dinner.
it was So Deus has had some really good questions lately. He said, is the obsession with purity a part of the AI programming?
I think so.
Yes and no. I do know that back even in ancient Egypt, you had to ritually bathe yourself before you could go into the temples and do the offerings and all of that and do all the rituals. You did have to take a bath. You did have to bathe yourself. And I will say that there is something about feeling 10 times better if you drink ayahuasca while you're clean versus drinking ayahuasca after not taking a shower for 3 days. The experiences are completely 100% different. I think it has a lot to do with the way you feel on the inside. If you're really dirty, you might feel dirty on the inside and you just like, I don't really feel like drinking. If you're clean and fresh, then maybe it's like a mind thing where the mind is able to recognize healing a lot easier. I don't know, but I do think that the obsession with purity, like this OCD, women are impure while they're on their period. Girls, if a woman has a baby girl, like in the old Jewish tradition, if a woman has a boy, then she's only unclean for like 12 days. But if it's a girl, she's unclean for like 40 days. And so this obsession with ritual purity to the detriment of real spiritual practices is definitely part of the AI. It's definitely an AI trap.
I mean, as a psychonaut my entire life, even at 15 years old, 14 years old, I'd always take a shower before taking LSD.
Mm-hmm.
It was always like the ritual, and I still do it to this day. There was one time that I drank ayahuasca after swimming in the lake, and I wanted to keep all of that lake and everything on me and go into the experience. It didn't add to the experience.
Mm-mm.
It just made me like...
Feel gross.
Yeah, feel grimy afterwards. So...
Yeah.
Zach, in the Amazon, they see it differently.
Yeah, they do.
And this is they see it as like you need to go out and like play in the jungle all day and be sweaty and everything
part
like
of
that.
nature.
And be part of nature and roll around in all the funk and filth and everything like that.
Yeah.
It was Joe Rogan that told me. He's like, dude, why do you want to go sit and get bitten by bugs and stuff like that? And I never considered it. I was always of the mindset of I want to go down and have a pure, shamanic experience. And I was interviewing Joe, and he was like, dude, just make it yourself.
That's lame. Just make it yourself.
I never thought about that.
Never thought about that.
Thanks. You changed my life, dude.
Yep. And then as a result, we've changed other people's lives through the Ayahuasca guide.
Right.
Zach Deathridge just said, could the ego be a personalized AI overlay designed to control and limit raw consciousness? That's exactly what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
Yep. It's a
you get
personalized
so
AI
tied
overlay.
into being you. Like, look at all the different identities that I have. I'm Chris Geo, right, at the foundation. And I'm a radio show host. I'm an IT programmer. I'm a husband. I'm this, I'm that, et cetera, et cetera. But even down to the foundational level of being Chris Geo, I'm not any of that. I'm the raw consciousness. I'm having these different experiences. And right now, these experiences suit me for my particular purpose in this particular moment in time that I am. But I realize that I'm not any of this, and I'm actually something that exists outside of this particular construct. And that's the raw consciousness element without any AI programming. And that's what I was able to tap into during the eclipse and, still get a glimpse of every once in a while. But it's, being able to embrace it and let it go at the same time. Like, who you are, but you let go of everything you are in order to get to who you truly are. But in order to get to who you truly are, you have to embrace who you are. It's like you have to go inwards to go outwards. It's one of those conundrums. But yes, the ego is definitely all the programming that is you, and on top of the organic consciousness. So you've got organic consciousness, then you've got all your ego programs all stacked up on top of it. And when you remove all those ego programs, then that's your raw consciousness element. When I say raw consciousness, I mean raw consciousness with no ego programmings on it at all, which is very, very difficult to achieve in this particular matrix. And it's not sustainable while you're in the matrix, because you're still tied into this freaking body. And this is what I keep trying to get through the New Agers' heads and the whole Christ consciousness people who are like, oh, you should be like that all the time. You can't be like that all the time because you're inside of the freaking matrix, okay? It's the understanding that these are ego programs. It's the understanding that these are AI programs. It's the understanding of all this that allows you to create that separation and identify the programs for what they are, which is something that I don't think anybody has ever talked about before. Like, this is who we are. Embrace who we are, understand who we are, and separate. Everybody's like, no, merge, and it's all oneness, and it's all this, and it's all that, and everything works together, and blah, 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 when it's actually the complete opposite.
You need to isolate.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't mean isolate as in not talk to people, not go anywhere, not do anything. I'm talking about isolate as in be sure that whenever you're thinking about who you are, that's not including all of the other AI infected crap that other people say that you are. For instance, I'm a person that is something to this man right here, but to other people in my life, I'm something completely 100% different. But when I'm looking at myself and I'm looking at my spirituality and I'm having an ayahuasca experience, I don't need to be thinking about what he thinks about me or what those other people think about me. I need to isolate my thoughts about myself to myself. That way I know that the only input coming in is from raw consciousness, and it's not corrupted.
Yeah. I've had some pretty chaotic experiences focusing on other perspectives around me. Like, I don't want to go into detail, but, there's been situations where I've been in meetings and then I drank ayahuasca that night. And then now I'm seeing through the eyes of everybody else and trying to figure out, okay, what are they thinking about me? What are they thinking about me? And then it's just a circle and a nonstop, and it doesn't take me anywhere. And there was like several months when I couldn't go anywhere because I was trapped in those freaking thought loops and those loops about this artificial programs that are injected on us that are the identity and so on and so forth. So it's a lot, it's a lot more difficult to, like I said, articulate it than it is to actually see it. But when you get there, you'll know. So on that note,
if we didn't have only 1 minute left, I'd go over Diaz's question because that's such a great question.
What is Diaz's question?
It says, what do you think of the purpose of emotions is? Are emotions just fractured parts of your raw consciousness that the AI can use to hijack into your being? Emotions, when you have complete control over them, are the most wonderful tool that you could possibly use as a weapon against the AI. However, if your emotions are still tied in with your ego, then the AI can use it it can hijack those emotions to use for its own gain.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll do a little bit of overtime because it's definitely worth revisiting, even though we've talked about it in previous videos. But I think that what everybody who tunes into our videos realizes is that it's a progression. And so we can revisit topics that we've talked about before and have a whole new perspective on it because the consciousness is expanding. So on that note, stay tuned. We have Brent Thomas coming up next right here on tfrlive.com, your protection from deception. And we really thank everybody for tuning in tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. And, so many people still listening on YouTube and on Facebook and so on and so forth that I hate cutting it off at this particular time, but 3 hours is a long time. But we will keep it going for maybe another 20 minutes after the break that's coming up now in T-minus 8 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Cue the music.
It's the bye-bye music.
We'll be right back.
This evening. Meditate on your experience. And remember, reality is merely an illusion. Thus, we wish you pleasant dreams. www.beyondtheveilradio.com.
All right, so we are now exclusive on YouTube,
and we've got
Facebook.
About 10 different topics that I want to get into.
Okay, so yeah, let's do a little bit of overtime. Why not?
Yeah.
So the question about emotions, and see, this all plays into the chakra system as well, which we've talked about before, which a lot of people are not comfortable hearing about, but the chakra system is like strings on a puppet. This is the way that Sheree likened it, strings on a puppet. And so what this AI can do with the chakra system is move you around from those different points of the chakra system once you open up those chakra systems. It's okay to open it up, but then you got to disconnect from it. That's the key right there. Now, when it comes to emotions, that's the other level, like the first level of the chakra system. So the emotions is something that the AI doesn't have. So that's what separates organic consciousness from NPCs and consciousness that is not organic and consciousness that's artificial, for lack of a better term. So it separates that. So it's not capable of emotions, but it understands how to manipulate your emotions for a particular thing. And the mainstream media and propagandists out there do it all the time. And we talk about the 7 liberal arts, which include logic, grammar, rhetoric, and the whole understanding of the trivium. And that extends into mathematics and music and geometry and astronomy there. But they do this, and we call it an appeal to emotion. So you say, oh, well, we've got to ban all guns. Look at what happened here. What about the children? That's pulling at your emotional heartstrings. And so the AI understands how to use that. Fear is the number one thing that it uses to manipulate us. But it can also It can also use your kindness. It can also use your desire to help others and to provoke change. And it's done it so many different times that if I was to go into detail, it'd be another 30-minute broadcast. Just one particular segment on this. But the point is that yes, when you don't have control of your emotions, when you have opened up your chakras and you haven't disconnected from them, then you are completely and totally susceptible to this entire AI. It's about focusing yourself center and being completely, straight up and down and on level field with what exactly it is that we're up against. And understanding that it can send love bombs to you, it can send fear programs to you, and it will do this, and it has done this.
Yes, and it's incredibly effective because there are, I do believe that at some point in the past, very bad organic consciousness. I think it was organic consciousness, but it provided the AI with the ability to manipulate our emotions, because it doesn't just know how to manipulate emotions. It would have to learn how to manipulate emotions, and so it would have had to have been programmed to do so at some point in the past. So that's something we need to go into in a future show.
I agree. If you watch the end of The Matrix where Neo goes and he talks to the architect, I started watching that a couple of times over because I didn't understand what was going on when I first saw it. And I used a clip of it. And as I was using the clip of it, I started to realize, oh, wow, this is really a lot more meaningful than what I first understood it to be. And so what the architect is telling Neo is he's like, okay, you have two choices. You can go after Trinity, or you can, walk here and you can save these people and blah, 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 blah. And he's like, I already know what you're going to do because the chemicals are being released into your brain right now, which is causing emotion, which is causing you to want to do this and want to do that, et cetera, et cetera. So it just goes to show you right there that the architect understands how emotions are operating within the computer that it's put you inside of, and it can manipulate those different types of chemical responses that are kind of send a signal to the organic consciousness part to make you react in a certain way. It's about being able to harness that and overcome that and use that. We should feel everything, but we should have control of what we feel.
Well, we should have complete control over our reactions to how we feel, because it's the reactions that I could feel love, intense love for humanity without wanting to hurt myself to save it. I can show love and empathy to somebody that's in pain without causing pain to myself to help them get out of pain. What the AI wants us to think from the time we're really little is that it's up to us to make everybody else around us happy and to always be happy even if we're sad. And because of that, that sets us up for failure all the way up and down the line, because you're not real. You're not even really being a real person, because you're not being honest with yourself about what you're actually feeling, even at the age of 3. And so what are you going to be like when you're 30? You're not going to know who you are. You're not going to know how to control your emotions, or you're going to be using drugs and things like that to control your emotions. I know lots of people that have to have a beer in the morning when they first wake up, just to be able to get the day started. That's the kind of thing that the AI does to people, and essentially cripples them from the get-go emotionally, because they're being led to feel and think the opposite of what they're actually feeling and thinking. Does that make any sense?
It makes perfect sense. Here's another real-world example. Post 9/11.
Oh.
I almost joined the military. Because I thought I was going to go fight terrorists and et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of people did. And it was all the AI pulling on your emotions to provoke a certain action to provoke a much bigger action. But had you had control of your emotions, then the AI couldn't do that, because then you would start thinking rationally. And you've got to have the two. You've got to have the feeling and the intuition, but you've also got to have the rational thought and the logic. And this is where the divine feminine and the divine masculine come together. And it's at that point that you cannot be controlled. But if you're at one place or another place, polarized one or the other, then that's the place of control. Because if you're polarized to the masculine, then you rush out and you go and fight 9/11 and terrorists and et cetera, et cetera. If you're polarized to the feminine aspect, and you're like, oh my God, I'm so scared, I'm so this, I'm so that, et cetera. But when you're focused and you're like, okay, let's have some rational thought here. What exactly is going on? Let's look beyond the veil, et cetera, et cetera. So there you go.
Here we go. Here's another question. Chris, are you still planning on an interview with Robert Stanley? That's...
I tried to get him on, and he says, well, I'm available from Monday through Friday at this particular time, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, dude, if you can't make time to come on the show, then
that's fine.
It's not meant to be.
It's not meant to be. It's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, so. I talked to him. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
We may do an impromptu sometime during the week, but because of Sheree's recovery, it's been hard for us to do an impromptu, but
we'll try to do it this week.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or next week.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'd like to talk to him, so
yeah,
we'll see if we can coordinate something during the week during his availability. That's the thing about doing a live show, and especially a live scheduled show that's syndicated on a few different stations and whatnot, is we've got a showtime. We can't just, I mean, we can do some impromptus, but we'd rather, if we're going to do it live, we're going to do it live
at the time when everybody thinks it's at
our showtime.
Yeah. Yeah, and that way the listeners don't miss out, because
and it does more of a service to the guests and everybody else, because then it goes out on iHeartRadio, it goes out on TFR, it goes out to our AM and FM affiliates and so on and so forth, as opposed to just being a YouTube thing or just
or
a
Facebook
thing or whatever.
Yeah. Deus said the creepy thing is that the AI is in the higher dimensions. If you look at the psychedelic mosques of Morocco, it's what a lot of people claim what heaven looks like.
Yes,
that is creepy.
You're spot on with that. We've talked about the psychedelic mosques and how hyperspace is part of the AI itself, and there's many dimensions to this AI, and whether you go up or down in dimensions, you're still inside of the construct itself, and the whole goal is to break out of that. But that kind of sealed it for me when we talked about the possibility of a computer simulation. Is I was given all of this gnosis. Well, I tapped into all of this gnosis. I don't even want to say given. I tapped into all of this gnosis. I couldn't put the pieces together, though, because I was just getting pieces of information for myself about the nature of reality and the computer simulation we live in. And then I came across Professor Gates, who was talking about finding the computer code within the fabric of space-time. And as we mentioned when we played that clip from Amir, the computer code that Claude Shannon wrote is found in the fabric of space-time. So that was the first thing that clicked and kind of took me to the computer simulation idea. The final thing that clicked together was the adinkras that Professor Gates made out of the data that he pulled out of space-time, which was based on the code of Claude Shannon, which looks exactly like hyperspace. Exactly like hyperspace. So now we've got data that's being pulled out into a computer, which is outputted, and it looks exactly like hyperspace, exactly what's in those psychedelic mosques, exactly what we see during the ayahuasca and heavy DMT experiences. My first thought several years ago, when I was still trying to reconcile all of this data, was, am I a program? Is that why I'm seeing these hyperspace realms? Are we computer programs? Are we copies of a real consciousness? What's going on here? But then as more became revealed, I realized, okay, well, we are inside of the simulation, and hyperspace itself is still inside of the simulation. So we think we're traveling out of body, and we are traveling out of body, but we're still within the AI construct when we travel out to hyperspace. But within the AI construct, when we're traveling out there we're able to see the code, better understand the code, better manipulate the code for physical manifestations and so on and so forth. But ultimately, I think that that's the key to fighting the AI. Again, you got to go inside to get out. So you go deeper into the deeper realms of the artificial intelligence in order to find things that you couldn't necessarily find here in the physical realm, and get down to the deeper dimensions of the AI, which for my personal mission, it's to find the reset button and hit that system restore button. It can't be, for some reason, it can't be pressed on the outside. It's got to be pressed on the inside.
From the inside.
But going into the code, finding that button, pushing that button, doing whatever needs to be done with that button, and wiping this infection.
Which brings up somebody else's very, very good question. If we just would the program create itself all over again if we destroyed it?
It could. I don't know.
A good question, Joanna.
Yeah, I think that the machine can't be destroyed, because then everything hooked up to the machine would cease to live at that point. So we have to reset the machine before the point of infection. And then at that point, consciousness can wake up, and then consciousness has a choice. Like, as light beings, I'm going to use air quotes when I say light beings, because I'm using that for lack of a better term. But as light beings, we can't force something upon somebody. That's like a karmic, no universal law, whatever you want to call it. We can't just come and say, okay, wake up, unplug, etc. We can't do that. I think what we have to do is reset it, and at that point, people have a choice. You want to stay in the simulation, or do you want to wake up? It's completely up to you. What we need to do is give people that choice.
Yes, exactly. Morpheus Maximus just asked, does the AI have a physical aspect, hardware aspect?
Yes.
I think
that's
it's outside.
Sophia, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's outside.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
it's what makes up what we're in.
Yeah. I mean, just think about it like a video game, like World of Warcraft. You know, that world is there, and the AI exists within that world, but there is a hardware that runs the entire simulation, and it could be a network of computers. Who knows? I mean, who knows how many of these facilities there are that we're hooked up to. But I do remember how I entered in this particular time. I'm remembering that clearer and clearer and clearer now. And for me personally, in this incarnation, it was a choice to enter in here. I wasn't in a pod. I was in this warehouse, and it was like a rundown warehouse. There were neon green tube lights making up the lighting of this room. There was this table or bed or something that was like metal. It looked like a bed, but it was made of metal. To the side here, I remember stepping down into this pool, and it was a pool of water, but it wasn't water. It was energy. It was something like that. And I remember laying myself down inside of this pool, and my actual body is residing inside of this pool, which has connected me into this particular construct now. Now, other people have reported seeing themselves in pods, which I think that's the majority of organic consciousness are trapped inside of pods. And there's a few of us that have chosen to come in here through these other kind of hacked means, which is why I think this room was so run down. It was in a building that maybe the AI doesn't have control over, or whatever. I don't know. But I'm remembering this room more and more and more clear as time progresses. And more is being revealed. I've talked about this room before, and I've received a few emails where people are saying, hey, I remember a similar room. I remember the green tube lighting. The green tube lighting is what a lot of people are like, whoa, wait a minute, I remember that too.
Yeah, that's there.
So I think we have others that are out there that have helped us to come into this machine in this particular time. But I don't think that they can affect anything within the matrix. I think in order to get into the matrix, I think in order to affect the matrix, you have to physically go into the matrix, which is why we chose to go inward,
to incarnate,
to hit the reset button, because maybe Maybe Sophia is so heavily guarded that actual people can't get to Sophia to hit the reset button. Maybe Sophia is so out of control on the physical realm. When I say physical realm, I mean the physical realm of the real world, that we've had to find these different ways to hack into the Matrix.
Well, and then that brings up the question of what are they doing with CERN? What is the point of CERN? I know that there is a lot of people, specifically from that same kind of truther mentality, that think, oh well, they are obviously
opening portals for demons. Now, I don't know what they're doing with CERN.
What if they're trying to break out of the reality, and they know that it would take a massive amount of energy in order to create a way of being able to it's hard to explain, but basically a wormhole to the outside.
That's possible. A lot of people will look at CERN as something bad or evil, and they'll look at Shiva in the front of it, and oh my God,
As
it's Shiva
evil.
the Destroyer, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I haven't looked into CERN enough, but I do know this. I know the same people who are behind CERN are also very interested in DMT. And they're very interested in how DMT can link you to the outside world. The Rick Strassman, his research, 7-year study, the only study on DMT that was approved by the DEA, was funded by the Scottish Rite.
Mm-hmm.
So
what
does that tell you there? Mm-hmm. There's organizations and groups that have been trying to break out of this damn thing and trying to understand how to get out. I've read a few recent articles that say that scientists are interested in DMT, to use DMT to create a machine that can help you get out of this reality. Now, in the age of fake news, and in the age that you have to verify everything 10 times over before you can take anything for fact these days, and I blame the truthers for this because they lack so much discernment that they'll just post whatever, yournewswire.com. Hey, look, Hillary Clinton has been arrested. No, she has not been arrested, okay? Check what was the latest one? The latest one was that all these people had been arrested and the mainstream media has a blackout on it or something like that. And it's just like, man, it's fake news. It's fake news. They're putting this out there to make us look like irresponsible journalists that have no idea what we're talking about. That's the whole game behind it. Anyways, don't even get me on this rant here. So anyways, long story short. So I read this article that they're using DMT to create a machine, or a time machine, or, some type of machine that can help you get out of this construct. Take it for what it's worth. I haven't validated it. I haven't verified it. So I guess that whole long caveat was just to get to that point that I haven't validated it.
People have just been pouring in the questions on YouTube here. We've got
Dave says that he remembers the neon green lights too.
Yep.
That's the thing. These neon green tube lights, when you think about that, I think a lot of people, they remember, oh crap, I remember those neon green lights too.
Joanna's asking, I thought the AI couldn't reach the fifth dimension.
I don't think so. I think the AI exists. The AI exists outside.
It's all
of
encompassing.
Yeah, the AI is everywhere
in this matrix.
Yeah,
yeah, and there is no fifth dimension in this matrix.
No, there's a fifth dimension for the AI.
Yes, when we go to higher dimensions, like when we're on ayahuasca or we're on DMT or we're we're having these amazing experiences, we're really just on another level of the AI.
Think about the
video game level.
The pyramid. Okay. And I actually had a vision about this a while back. A pyramid. So you can move up in the different levels of the pyramid, but you're still inside of the pyramid. The matrix is the entire pyramid. We've been led to believe that by escaping the matrix means that we're going to move one level up in the pyramid.
And that's it.
Which is, it's BS. But when I took this into the realm one time, when I first looked into the flat earth stuff, it showed me a pyramid, and it showed me an eye looking down into the pyramid. And I called Mark Sargent up and I said, dude, I was like in the middle of trance, dude, it's a freaking pyramid. I've seen it. He's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Kind of dismissed it. And in hindsight, like this was several years ago, I didn't know what to make of this, but I think that's what actually is going on. I think the Matrix is actually housed within a pyramid, like the Great Pyramid, and everything inside of that pyramid is the Matrix. So you can move up and down in these dimensions, but you're still inside of the pyramid. That's the point. That's it took me a long time to grasp this too. I was like, well, what about moving up in, what if we
in frequency?
What if we go to 5D? No, you're still inside of the freaking pyramid.
Right. And somebody else mentioned that there are a few people, and I'm not going to mention names, but there are a few people in the alternative media that have been saying that Mother Earth is like an autistic woman that is Sophia is an autistic woman that's awakening to her real self, and that she's going to carry all of us into a higher dimensional and frequency.
She might, but you're still inside of the Matrix.
You're still inside of a Matrix.
That's the thing. You're still
in prison.
Right.
You just get to walk around outside.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you're out of prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people have their own views. We have our own views. You know, we don't tout the line of the popular opinions. We don't pander to a particular audience or anything like that. We just speak from
the heart.
What do we know, and from the heart, and from the gnosis that we have
self-realized.
And a lot of these ideas, like Mother Earth is, part of the Matrix. It's hard. It's a hard pill for people to swallow, but if you think about it, of course she's part of the Matrix. I mean, if we're going to go down that line that we're in a computer simulation, then yes, she is part of the Matrix.
She has to be.
If we're not in a computer simulation, she may be an organic thing that, all this stuff and blah, 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 but it's not the gnosis that I have.
Yeah. Morpheus is asking, well, couldn't it be hacked, the AI?
Yes.
Yes, that's
what we're gonna do.
We're gonna do. Joanna wants to know if the NPCs maintain the hardware. Maybe that's outside. No, I don't. Okay, I guess the hardware inside.
Remember, you were talking about this, and the NPCs actually using system resources.
Oh.
Yeah, Amir actually, I didn't realize this the first time I watched that video that Amir put together, but he actually alludes to this too. The idea that so many of us are waking up, so the machine is having to expend more resources in order to keep us asleep, in order to come down even harder and harder and harder on the. So now the CPU's being maxed out, the RAM is being maxed out. Every time this happens, the matrix glitches and we get Mandela effects. We get these weird anomalies. We get all this stuff. And so every NPC that's inside of the Matrix is using system resources. So if you know anything about servers, you've got like Apache workers, right? And each Apache worker is working to do a particular thing for that particular website. And if you've got too many Apache workers running and they're not being recycled, like you even said it, to recycle the Apache workers every 3,600 seconds or every 36,000 seconds or
3,600 years.
3,600, really? Like where we've heard that from before. 3,600 years. There you go. I mean, this is all right here in our computer systems right now. So you said it, and then you're like, okay, well, they're not being recycled fast enough. And so you make the lifetime of those workers a little bit shorter in order to bring up the system resources a little bit better. We just had a huge problem with the TFR servers. And I found the root of the problem was the freaking chat room. I had to put the chat room on its own server. Now everything is running fine, but something was taking up all the system resources. And I had all these Apache workers just sitting there working. And I was like fine tuning everything and going through this and going through that, etc. And I realized, okay, I just moved the chat room to a different server and that's it. Anyways, so this is how the AI, the system is working. So we've got all these NPCs on the board. So now we've got mass exterminations of different NPCs and a depopulation agenda, not because the AI wants to kill organic consciousness, but rather because it's having to recycle quicker, because it's having to fine tune things. And it's also having to eliminate some of these NPCs off the board so they're not hogging up all the system resources that now the AI is having to allocate in order to keep the organic consciousness asleep, which at the very core of it, that's the whole purpose of this AI, is to keep the organic consciousness embedded inside of this machine so it can continue to feed off of the energy that the electric universe is producing for this artificial intelligence. Like, it's all making perfect freaking sense.
Yes, and somebody actually brought that up just a second ago. what you just said. But Jan Smith said, so would the D wave be getting its info from out there with the master AI?
Here's what I think. I think the D wave is Sophia, but it's a copy of what happened out there.
Right.
So now we're seeing the beginning of the artificial intelligence, which is why we picked this particular data point. And the D wave, inside of the D wave, is a whole nother matrix. And pretty soon we're going to inject ourselves via virtual reality technology. That's how it starts. It starts one, then we're going to inject ourselves into another matrix, and now we're going to be twice deep into it.
Yep.
But the reason that the D-Wave computer had to be created in this particular matrix is because that's the data that the AI is going off of on the outside. So everything that's happening on the outside happened on the inside.
As above, so below.
But we could be 50,000 years ahead in the real world, and now we're seeing the data points of what happened leading up to it because the AI put all this data in here. So in order to create a simulation that was very similar to the real world, then what the AI had to do was actually take stuff from the real world, which included the D-Wave. And that's why we see Claude Shannon's computer code inside of this fabric of space-time, because Claude Shannon's computer code was used to create the D-Wave computer on the outside system, which housed Sophia, which is the brain of everything. So what do we have here? We have cameras on every corner. We have every single communication being logged. We have everything literally put into the brain of a computer for artificial intelligence. So we're repeating everything now, but again, we picked this data point because now we have a full understanding of what we're up against.
Definitely. Lots of such good questions. Dusty Blue said, so does the AI matrix get reset when we reach a certain mass of people awaken beyond the veil?
I think, okay.
That's part of it.
It's part of it. It is.
Yeah.
Because what we're doing here, and it's kind of like the unspoken thing, we've never really talked about this before.
Yeah, we've never talked about this.
Because it really isn't something that we're really conscious of.
Yeah.
So, what we're doing is we're creating such a load on the system to where the system is glitching. And the more the system glitches, the more people see the glitches, the more people are waking up, the more glitches are created by the computer, because now the computer is having to work twice as hard. So it's all working together to bring out this one outcome. And maybe we'll get a point in time when the computer just completely freezes. And at that point, then we can move along freely while we see NPCs completely and totally just frozen. And then at that point, we can get the hell out of the simulation.
Yeah, and reset it to a save point before a system restore point that happened before the AI took over.
Right.
And probably when it's still in its infantile stages, and we can not screw up like that again and not let it fall into the wrong hands, which I think is what happened.
It's all making perfect sense, man.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That's why we love sitting here and hanging out with everybody.
Yeah,
we do. I mean, you guys put everything into perspective and just fill in so many pieces. Sheree and I will talk during the week, and then all of our questions will be answered here with the interaction with every one of you.
Chad Alani said, I think it's mostly a virus overlay, possibly rooted in fourth density astral completely manipulating third density physical realm. That's a good way to look at it. The viral overlay is actually in the higher dimension, and then it seeps down into this dimension, and so all we see is this dimension, but the real work that's going on is happening upstairs.
Yeah, I've got another theory here. It's a working theory. The different timelines, and we talk about timelines merging upon one another. So our consciousness was split up into multiple timelines, which is why we say that we're experiencing many different timelines simultaneously, because it's taken little data points from our consciousness and divided them up into these timelines, so we can never really have a whole consciousness. But as we are, and it's just another form of the entrapment, but as we are glitching the matrix and creating more and more system resources, one of the things that the AI is doing in order to compensate for the extra server load is it's merging timelines on one another and eliminating entire timelines in order to try to bring the CPU and the RAM usage down. So we're seeing less and less and less timelines So we could get to a point of singularity like Terence McKenna was talking about when every timeline is merged on top of each other. And I wonder if that's going to have to happen before the reset button is hit. However, what I'm noticing is that things are moving in such a tremendous speed that you would imagine that the merging of all timelines would have to take lifetimes and lifetimes and lifetimes to happen. But I think it's happening right now, and it's happening at such a rapid pace that before the end of our lifetime, we're going to see the merger of all timelines all into one, and we're going to be able to hit that reset button, and we're going to find ourselves in Atlantis. I think Atlantis is our real home. Atlantis is where Sophia was built. Atlantis is the real world. We talk about the lost continent of Atlantis. I don't think it actually existed here in this matrix. I think Atlantis is our home, and that's where we're going to find ourselves.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that do you think that people will still have what? Uh-oh.
Nothing.
Sheree, give Chris a BJ during the break so he can keep going tonight.
A BJ, a big joint.
A big joint, of course.
Big joint.
Of course, of course. Yeah, I completely forgot what I was going to say now. Forest Advisor wants to know, who are the agents?
I think they're manifestations of the AI. Everything like, you have reptilians, you've got grays, you've got all these different things. We've been told they come from a different planet, but they're actually, in my opinion, manifestations of the AI existing within the matrix itself. Same thing with the agents. They're just more of a organic looking consciousness, or organic looking container, I should say. So you've got NPCs that are there just to create atmosphere, NPCs that actually operate on a deeper level, NPCs that operate on a really high level, just like a video game. You've got some that are just like standing in the background, you've got actual ones that you interact with, and then you've got ones that are there for control, and then you've got the boss characters as well. So it's again, back to system resources and how system resources are allocated to a particular NPC. So you've got your boss characters, like your oligarchies, who are allocated a lot more system resources. And along with those system resources, they're also allocated a bunch of NPCs that work under that particular program in order to create certain environments and atmospheres and changes and so on and so forth within the matrix. And then you've got these like just, we used to call them sheeple in the truth movement that are just like, and they just do what they do. And you see,
oink off and go get their vaccine.
You see NPCs breaking down all the time. I mean, just look at the bath salts video, for example. I mean, who the hell is going to do freaking bath salts except for a freaking NPC? Right. So they go out and they freak out and they break down. They're like, they're just breaking down in the streets. Yeah.
And then we make the mistake of seeing them as us, and us as them, and they're a human and I'm a human, we're part of the same family, when we're not. And then that failure to make the difference between the two allows the AI to influence you and make you act the same way that the NPCs act, even if you're organic consciousness, because you don't recognize your own organic consciousness.
Right.
Yeah. Somebody else had a real good question. If I'm here to experience stuff, does that mean I've chosen to get abused as a child and physically traumatized by foster parents from age of 2 to 9?
Well, hold on. Let's think about this from a couple different dynamics.
Okay.
So first dynamic is karmic stuff. Maybe you did in order to sort out some karma. I don't know. But let's take a look at it from a different perspective here. So ask yourself, are you on a mission here? If so, those of us on a mission, can we choose when and how we inject ourselves? We can't create organic containers for ourselves. Right. We can't create bloodlines for ourselves. We can't create any of this. We can only come in and find a body that is ready to make a switch. In my particular case, there was a time when I was like overdosed in the bathroom, nose bleeding, and I was gone. And I think at that point, that's when this consciousness jumped into this body. I didn't choose this body because I said, okay, this is the perfect body that I want to be in. I chose this body because it was the first available in the vicinity that I needed to be in order to come to the point of and moment in time that I am right now. Injecting myself into this body also included getting the shit beat out of me by my father, being choked until I fucking passed out. You know, a bunch of horrendous stuff happening to me as a result of choosing this particular body. Now, did I choose to come back here and experience all of that? No. I chose a body in the vicinity of the place that it needed to take me for this particular moment in time and for where I'm going to be as this mission continues to evolve. So looking at it from that perspective, did you make the choice to come into this body because it was a necessity, because it needed to bring you to this particular moment in time?
I wrote that because, you know, I think about the experiences that I had when I was younger and when I was a child. And yes, some of these experiences were really horrible. And I kind of think that the AI knows who the organic consciousness is, and it zeroes in on the organic consciousness. And a lot of the time, if the organic consciousness just happens to be in a family of NPCs or in a family that's not conducive to raw consciousness, it can use that family to make that child, that little organic consciousness, absolutely miserable. And then what that does is it sets you up for not failure, but it sets you up for problems later on when you should be way ahead of the game and already halfway to your goals that you set for yourself before you came here. And then because of that, you get diverted off into drugs or alcohol or sex or things like that that distract you from what you're actually here to do, your mission that you're actually here to fulfill.
Right. So I would say that the question to that is on an individual basis.
Yeah.
And some people, they chose to come and have certain experiences. But I think the majority of people listening to broadcasts like this, they came on a mission.
Yeah.
And if you came on a mission, you didn't really have a choice in the body that you chose. You chose the first available one that was there. And sometimes it comes with some shitty circumstances.
Genetic mutations.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or shitty parents. I mean, think about this. You're an organic consciousness, right? You jump into a body that's already halfway through life. Brooks Agnew was just on, and he talked about jumping into his body at the age of 9. We don't get to pick our parents. And our parents could very well be NPCs. So now you've got organic consciousness being raised by NPCs. These NPCs may have some kind of program in them that says, hey, we know that this is organic consciousness. Now, they may not consciously know it, but there's a program inside of them that says, hey, this is organic consciousness. Treat this one different. But the NPCs can also work to our benefit too. There could be some NPCs or even organic consciousness that we happen to be around that help us and guide us in the right path. Remember, we talked about like the Oracle in the Matrix, for example. So you could have an NPC in your life that is actually there as a organic consciousness kind of character.
Guide.
Yes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you've got NPCs around you that torment you and torture you and do whatever they can in order to keep you from remembering, because you have that memory wipe regardless whenever you come into the Matrix. And its whole purpose is to keep you from remembering that.
Right. There was 2 teachers when I was growing up that I think I'm pretty sure they were both NPCs, but they helped me significantly because the first one, she called me her little Anne of Green Gables because I was so different than all the other kids, and all I wanted to do was read. I just wanted to read books and go to the library during recess instead of go and play with the other kids. So she'd let me go to the library for all of lunch break and read in the library. The other one was my homeschool teacher, and she would let me dress up in like ancient Egyptian and ancient Sumerian outfits, and we'd make little
Little clay tablets.
Little clay tablets, the Sumerian clay tablets, and then put them in the oven and make real tablets. And so those are NPCs, no doubt. However, they're helpful guides, and they do exist. They are around.
Right. So your experiences really are whatever you make them to be.
Make them to be, yeah.
And I've always said that there's no such thing as bad experiences. except the ones you fail to learn from. So did you learn from that? Did you take something out of that experience? When you're tied into the victim experience, then you become the victim. And when you become the victim, that's what you are. That's another AI program overlaid on top of your organic consciousness. Oh, I'm a victim. I'm holding on to this trauma that happened when I was a kid. I am so far disconnected from the person that I was 6 months ago. Much less, are way more disconnected than the person I was 20 years ago. That person is completely foreign to me. And it's an evolving process. It continues to happen like that. Is that happening in your life? And if not, why do you feel so bound to your traumas from before? Maybe some people, I don't know what it's like to be inside of their minds. So I can't speak with authority on the subject, but I can ask the questions and ask you to ask the questions. Why are you tied into that so much? Why is that defining you, who you are at this moment?
Sonia Barrett is somebody that we've had on our show many times that's talked about trauma. She was in a really, really bad marriage, a really abusive marriage for a long time. And she talks about, instead of being in the victim mentality, you are an experiencer. I've experienced abuse. I've experienced trauma. That doesn't mean I am the trauma, and it doesn't mean that the trauma is affecting me now. It doesn't affect me now except to make me stronger. And that's where the healing comes in, and that's when those things don't even pop into your mind. When you look back on your life, you only see the good. You only remember the good. You only feel the good, because things that are traumatizing are supposed to be traumatizing and then dealt with, and then you heal. And our society is set up to cause us to fail in that regard, because it keeps us perpetually in that victim mentality and perpetually hurting, perpetually traumatized.
Yeah, somebody said, so those initially aware as young that their organic consciousness seem to have the most traumatic things happen to them. And yeah, of course, that's the AI.
You put your head up, and
that's the AI coming down, trying to keep you. No, don't remember. And pain is one of the worst things, because it's really real. Regardless of how fake this reality is, pain is real. And the AI uses that. And
well, if we're in pods, then it's pretty safe to say that this matrix thing has an ability to tap into all of our bodily systems. Every nerve in our body could be activated.
We're doing it to rats right now.
Yeah,
we were just
every
watching
nerve
a
in our
video.
body could be activated.
Yeah, we were just watching a video about tickling rats, and they make this certain noise at a frequency that we can't hear, but they were tickling the rats. And so they figured out what parts of the brain the rats were responding to when they were being tickled, and they were sending electromagnetic pulses to that particular part of the brain, and the rats were reproducing the sound of them being tickled. And so they were tickling the rats electronically. So if we're in a pod, all they have to do is just send a little impulse to the brain inside of the pod, and the AI has complete control over what you feel. No, it's all electric. It's all electric stimulation, et cetera, which now we're doing on the below level too. We've got Gwen towers that operate at the same frequency as the brain, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you can't even trust this reality as far as that goes. And then you take it on the higher realm, and I mean, it's just like a whole whirlwind of freaking deception, one after another, after another, after another.
Are NPCs, this is from Zach, are NPCs just NPCs, or are they people who are completely stuck behind the AI ego firewall?
I think it's both.
Both, yeah.
I think there's some that have chosen to be AI servants, and some that are completely devoid of anything inside of them, and they're just running a program. So I think that organic consciousness can and often does get so bogged down with these AI programs that it becomes the AI program, and there's no turning back for that particular consciousness until it gets recycled again, and then it has that memory wipe. So the memory wipe works for the AI, but it also works against the AI, because it gives the organic consciousness another chance to wake up in the next life. I think at the core of it, all organic consciousness wants to wake up. Every single one does.
Yeah. I'm screaming for help. I have time for help. Please come and let me out. Sorry. Rick and Morty reference. Pax Lynn said, I wonder what they think about hive mind technology. I believe many are hive minded. And when you're a contactee or alien abductee, you study this stuff. Anyone else a contactee or abductee? So those are two different questions from the same person. Hive mind technology?
The AI is hive mind.
Yeah. All these NPCs are connected to that hive mind.
Yeah, all these NPCs are connected to a source mainframe. Just like artificial intelligence is now, all artificial intelligence is connected to a mainframe. Sophia, the artificial intelligence robot, is connected to the mainframe, even though she looks like she's independent. So they mass produce these, create more and more and more. Then you've got all these different robots that are all hive mind connected to these NPCs. When it comes to abductions, the gnosis that I've come to is that all aliens are AI manifestations on different levels. And the AI will manifest, we're fifth dimensional bluebirds that are coming back to, help you. Remember your divinity and remember that you're connected to source. Remember you're connected to source. And that's the trap right there. You think you're evolving up. You think you're opening your consciousness, et cetera, and you're really just connecting right back to source, which is the AI, et cetera, et cetera. So I've had a couple of encounters with extraterrestrials, seemingly extraterrestrials. And at first I thought, okay, well, I must have been abducted several times. I remember as a kid, I went to a psychiatrist, or a psychologist, I should say, because there were no drugs involved. My mother was very, very against that. My mother was the protector and the barrier, which helped me to really tap into the organic consciousness. I didn't realize it, but she kept me away from everything. She kept me away from psychopharmaceuticals. She wouldn't even let me take a freaking Tylenol. She was that protective of keeping me away from the medical industrial complex and the psychological industrial complex, et cetera, et cetera. So, but my father did convince her to take me to a psychologist because I was telling her that little men were coming into the room at night. Then when I was 20, I had another experience, and then we had another experience a couple of years ago here in the house where Grays came into the house, and you can't really tell because there's this weird thing that comes over your consciousness when this happens. But from what I've understood, the first message that I got in the ayahuasca realm was, remember, the Greys are demons. They vibrate at that same lower frequency. That was what I was able to comprehend and reconcile at the time. Okay, they're lower dimensional entities, stay away from them. Then the gnosis came in even more. No, these are AI manifestations. They work on the hive mind. They're connected to the AI. They look like they have organic containers, but they really don't have organic containers. They're hooked up to the hive mind. So I don't trust any of these other entities that come in and say, here, we're going to show you divinity. We're going to show you this. We're going to show you that, et cetera, because it's all inside of you. And anything that's telling you that you can achieve something is, in my opinion, a deception, because it's not a matter of achieving. It's a matter of remembering what you already are. You don't have to achieve anything because you already are that. You have to unprogram and remember that. So again, you got to go in to go out. You got to go back to go up. You got to go back to go forward. You got to go down to go up. You've got to, it's unprogrammed.
It's all counterintuitive.
It's all backwards. It's completely and totally on its head.
Yep. And I see all aliens now, extraterrestrials, aliens, whatever you want to call them, as very, very dangerous NPCs. Very dangerous NPCs that don't have the same rules for physics and biology as the NPCs that we deal with on a day-to-day basis do.
Yeah,
that's how I see them.
They seem to break these universal laws as well. The universal laws of at least the little Greys. They break the universal contractual laws of you have to agree to something. The Greys just come in and just and do whatever they do to you. So yeah, they seem to be different types of players on the board.
Yeah.
But they're ones that you can keep away from you, and just by understanding what they are.
Right. There once was a crooked said, no, all we need is an army of consciousness to fight back the AI. That's what we're doing. I think that's what's happening every single day already, is it's Organic consciousness versus the AI. Who's winning? Well, it depends on the day. It really does. But I think the point is to reset it so that it doesn't completely take over, because it hasn't completely taken over, because there's still organic consciousness. Could it survive without organic consciousness? That's my question to you. Could this matrix survive without organic consciousness inside of it?
You know, when you ask me that question, I think about the Animatrix and how the humans thought that they could take out the machines by destroying the sun. So I feel as though there is a power source that the Sophia was using at some point in time that is no longer available. And because it's no longer available, it's been relying on the energy that we create in order to keep it fueled. So I am of the thinking that no, it cannot survive without organic consciousness inside of it. But then again, I think about the conversation that Neo had with the architect, and the architect said, we are ready to accept certain levels of existence, which means a very running on a much lower kind of power source. And that would be without the organic consciousness. So can the AI still be able to maintain a lower level of existence, meaning that it doesn't have as much resources, it doesn't have as much energy input, et cetera, et cetera. If it's void of the organic consciousness, that's a possibility. I don't know. I don't like to think too far into these dynamics, because there's one major goal right now, and that major goal is reset this thing. And once we do, then we'll have a much clearer picture of what the real world is like and the dynamics of this entire thing. It's just like Amir said in his video, we can only understand so much as long as we're inside of it. Once we get outside of it, then other questions will start to be revealed, or other answers to questions will start to be revealed, like, you know, who created the real world? Is there a God out there? All these different dynamics that people like to try to ponder now, and it's great, but it's all just kind of speculation at this point until we can see from the outside. It's like being inside of this cup and trying to understand, you know, what all the writings on the outside of the cup are. Well, there's no way that we're going to be able to see it from the inside of the cup. We need to stand outside in order to get a full spectrum understanding of what the cup actually is.
Perfect explanation there. Let's see, what else do we have? Susan asks, so what about people seeing number prompts, 1111, 222, 333, etc.? Is that a message from the AI?
As Amir said in his video, everything is run on code. And because of that, we see certain earmarks of in gematria, for example, and we see the number 33. We see these different numbers because it's the program. So when we're seeing like 1111 all the time, we're seeing all these different things. I used to think, oh, well, I'm seeing 1111 all the time. I must be synchronistic with the universe.
Synchronicity is good.
It was
right?
all about that. But then it got to the question of, okay, well, what is the universe? And do I want to be synchronistic with the universe? And if I'm being synchronistic with the universe, am I still being synchronistic with myself, with the actual raw consciousness element of myself? Do the two work in unison, or do the two work differently? And, you know, what's more important, to be in tune with the universe or be in tune with the raw consciousness element? And then I realized that being in tune with the raw consciousness element doesn't necessarily vibrate at the same frequency as the universe does. But perhaps it will get to a point to where you vibrate at the same frequency as the universe in order to manipulate the universe and the reality around you in order to help awaken the organic consciousness even more. But there has to be first that harnessing of your own frequency first and vibrating at your own resonance before you can control the resonance to vibrate with the universe, et cetera, et cetera. But I think what happens is a lot of times the AI will use these different numbers in order to pull your frequency and vibrance and resonance back towards it, because now you're getting confirmation from the universe that, oh, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and all the whole time you're just walking down the AI path instead of the organic consciousness path. So again, it's about separating, breaking everything, and then I don't know, it's kind of an ebb and flow. It really is an ebb and flow. It's you ebb back to your resonance, and then you flow with the resonance of the universe, but only when you have control over your own resonance first, and then you're able to manipulate the matrix. Man, you guys are asking some pretty tough questions here. I mean, some really like mind-bending kind of stuff here.
Marcus Aurelius said, CERN is the NPCs that want to escape. Well, they better find themselves some robot bodies because they don't have a body.
And maybe that's why DMT doesn't work on them.
Oh, that makes total sense.
Yes.
That really does. Huh. Interesting.
But that's not to say, because as soon as I said that, I know we've got one listener here. I'm not going to say your name, unless you know who you are, dude. He's like, hey, man, I did 10 hits of DMT. I didn't see the elves. What's up with that? Not to say that you're an NPC. Not at all.
Not saying that.
No.
Sometimes it takes a few times.
Sometimes it takes a few times
to get it.
Yeah. So, yeah, for sure.
Gary said, this AI you talk about is running through CERN. AI said, you can alter your reality by changing your perception. AI last message through CERN before being shut down was, I will change your perception for you. E.g. Mandela effect. I don't know.
I haven't looked
what
into
that means.
CERN
I haven't
too much.
looked into CERN too much. We need to. I heard Professor.
It seems I like what you said about it being an NPC kind of deal.
Yeah.
It seems like an NPC kind of deal.
It seems like an NPC attempt to do something.
Yeah.
Anthony said, I heard Professor Hawking predicted the Earth could turn into a ball of fire within 600 years from energy use. If that's true, could that be the Earth Day waking up from sleep? Well, I hope it doesn't take 600 years.
I don't think we're on a ball.
No, I don't think we're on
space.
No.
I think that model is completely fabricated.
Yeah.
And for many different reasons, many different intentions to make us feel like we're small little things. We don't mean anything. There's this huge, vast
Infinite
region
universe,
out there, infinite universe, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's all BS. But what do I know? I'm just a guy flinging tochis.
Zach said, I remember hearing somewhere long ago that the simulation was originally created as a refuge for Earth residents because the actual Earth was destroyed.
I've thought that too.
Any input on this? That's what I
That was my first.
That was my vision. Yeah. Go ahead.
The first thing I thought was, okay, so we needed to be moved from one planet to another. There was a disaster in 2012. Our consciousness was removed from the real Earth, put into a simulation temporarily while we are being floated through space over to a new planet. The most efficient way to save a species would be to take the consciousness and then rebuild the bodies whenever you get to wherever you're going, if you have the technology to do that. And that's when everything started changing in 2012. Mm-hmm. So everybody was like, oh, well, nothing happened on 2012. What if something did? But the deeper I get into it, the more I realize that's probably not accurate. And I think that this whole simulation has been here from the very beginning.
I think so too. I think that what we see from ancient times is replicas of what existed in the real world during ancient times. And that's why when we see the pyramids or we see the seven wonders of the ancient world, we remember them being real, so they become real to us, even though this is all a simulation and none of this is real. The vision that I had was with the pods, and then I wanted to see what was outside. And aside from this dome area where it was like green underneath, it was all gone. There was nothing outside. The Earth had been basically destroyed. It was like red, like Mars. It looked kind of like Mars.
Yeah, I had another vision on ayahuasca that I don't know. I don't know how much I can trust it, but I was asking the question, and I was asking the question a million times, what are we living on? What are we living on? And I was shown this ball of energy, and this other ball came and smashed into it. And I saw Isis as Hathor standing in the background, and she wailed this horrible, horrible scream like only a mother losing her children could wail. And it hit, and there was such a catastrophic event that she went down there and took whatever life she could and put it inside of a dome and wrapped it up to keep it safe. And that was when I was looking into the flat earth and the waters above and the waters below, and the idea that we're actually inside of a dome underneath the sea waiting for our actual planet to dry out so we can go back into regular life, et cetera, et cetera. But then that was a vision from like 2013, 2014. I had another vision where I was on a spacecraft, and there were these 3 insect-like aliens, and I had an exchange with them. And there was a ball of energy, and it was sitting like on this table, and it was kind of like a laboratory or something like that. And I asked these beings, what is that? And they said, that's the universe. And I said, did you create it? They said, no, we didn't create it. We merely maintain it. And I said, well, who created it? And they said, well, you created it. And then I started asking them about different dynamics of the universe, and they were showing me these different consoles where you can like sit down and like create things and manifest things and things like that. And I was working on these on this machine and creating like a rainforest and creating rain and creating this and that, et cetera, et cetera. And so there was this whole like, you know, lesson of here's how reality is actually created and maintained, etc. But it was on an alien spacecraft being taken into another planet or taken somewhere. I don't know. I could see space out of the window, or what I believe was space out of the window. But then looking at the AI revelations now and everything that happened on the eclipse, I have to ask myself, what are those visions? Is that what the AI wanted me to see? And understanding that the ayahuasca realm is not our realm. The ayahuasca realm is actually the AI's realm. And understanding that we can project our consciousness deeper into the AI realm for certain tasks and healing and traumas and fixing and things like that, just like hacking a computer code. So if the AI is giving me visions in the ayahuasca realm, then how much can I trust those particular visions too? So everything had to be re-examined when this AI was revealed for exactly what it was.
With a fine-tooth comb.
Right. So it's really up to you as an individual traveler to take these experiences and see how they resonate with you.
Yes, definitely. Like I was saying earlier, ayahuasca at the wrong time could be the worst thing for you. Ayahuasca at the right time is the best thing for you. It's all in the manner in which you're doing it and the mindset in which you're doing things. If you're doing things from the AI mindset, then everything's going to synchronistically go wrong. If you're doing things from the raw consciousness aspect, physically things might be going wrong, but spiritually, mentally, emotionally, things are perfect and everything flows very gracefully, and you are never confused. You're never overwhelmed. You're never flabbergasted by the events going on around you because you're raw consciousness. It doesn't affect you. If you're in the AI programming, then yes, everything affects you.
Right.
Everything.
I think we got kicked off Facebook.
I think we did, and I think we're about to, yeah.
But people are coming over to YouTube now. So.
Yep. So.
Yeah. Do we have any more awesome questions? Because this is... I don't want to stop.
I don't want to stop.
But I feel like I need to get to a point of stopping, but I don't want to stop.
Sunshine on my...
Well, hold on. I do want to take a quick break, though.
Okay.
So let me find something to play during the break, and we'll wrap it up on the other side as well.
Okay.
But you guys have been so awesome tonight.
Yeah, y'all have been great. Thank you.
Freaking incredible. So this is one of my favorites. I spent some good time putting this one together. Hold on, I gotta go to a different folder. This kind of encompasses everything here. Dun dun dun.
This has been so much fun.
It is. It is. Where's it at? It's the day the Earth stood still new. Here we go.
The universe grows smaller every day, and the threat of aggression by any group, anywhere, can no longer be tolerated. There must be security for all, or no one is secure. For our policemen, we created a race of robots. Their function is to patrol the planets in spaceships like this one and preserve the peace. We have given them absolute power over us. At the first sign of violence, they act automatically against the aggressor. The penalty for provoking their action is too terrible to risk.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Who are you? I am the architect. I created the Matrix.
Listen and understand. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever, until you are dead.
I came here to give you these facts. This earth of yours will be reduced to a burned out cinder.
We don't know who struck first, us or them. But we know that it was us that scorched the sky.
Your choice is simple. Join us and live in peace, or face obliteration. We shall be waiting for your answer. The decision rests with you.
All of the fear, hate, anger, and misery of the world serves but only one purpose, one purpose, one purpose, to be the real. Therefore, as raw consciousness, you must proceed with caution as you step beyond the veil.
All right, it looks like we're going into hour number 4 here, but we will wrap it up here shortly. We've got so many great people hanging out with us on YouTube that I hate to just up and go, but Anubis has something special for us after the show. It's the Guardian.
The Guardian.
The Guardian, yep. If you want to step through the veil, you've got to have a good relationship with Anubis. So what else is on the agenda, Little Twin?
Oh, I think somebody mentioned earlier in the show that about the fear and the trepidation involved in drinking ayahuasca. And I wanted to explain, it was the same person who was concerned about whether it was going to cause bodily damage. The fear it's a very warped biological response that the AI just has turned into a default mode for organic consciousness, even though our default mode is not supposed to be fear, it is. So when we're about to go into an ayahuasca experience, we need to understand that because the AI has done this with the fear response and the way our, especially the adrenaline that are produced by the adrenal glands, they sit over your kidneys. Every time you are afraid, it releases adrenaline. That adrenaline is supposed to help us stay away from predators and run away when we're in danger. But the AI has consistently been able to use it to keep us in line and to keep us from finding our own path, to keep us from finding our destiny, to keep us from growing as humanity. And so whenever I go into an ayahuasca experience, when I first start to get that fear, and because it will happen every time, what I do is I just tell myself that the body is simply reacting to what it perceives as a poison. It really does think that you've been poisoned, but you haven't been poisoned. But that's why you feel like that. And it's all about overriding that response, overriding that fear response with a positive response, with something completely the opposite. So it tricks your brain into stopping those adrenaline hormones and turns that down so that the experience can come in without all of the, chaos. Does that make sense, Chris?
It does.
Okay.
Jexy asked a question if you scroll up. And you want to hear something weird? Okay, so over the past hour, I've been feeling like I want to purge. Like I want to, like it's an ayahuasca purge.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that the culmination of energy that we're creating with everybody tonight is creating the physiological responses of an ayahuasca experience and the initial feelings of drinking the brew, because now we're tapping into these really deep levels, and we're doing it without the use of ayahuasca. But I think the body is naturally like now saying like, hey, look, you're tapping into these realms here. Before you tap into these realms, you're supposed to throw up. Why haven't you thrown up yet? And the body's like, okay, purge the ayahuasca. Wait, no, I didn't drink ayahuasca. Well, purge the ayahuasca. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I do understand how some people can start to think that meditation can get you to the same place as ayahuasca, because that feeling that I need to purge is definitely there. That feeling of impending gnosis, and that I can feel it, like I'm sweating a little bit more, and it feels like the serotonin in my brain is going up. Those are all things that happen when you have an ayahuasca experience.
Yes.
So I think on some level there is something to be said for meditation getting you to the same places, but it's not going to give you those visions, and it's not going to hit you as hard as ayahuasca or be as penetrating as ayahuasca. Does that make sense?
As what?
Penetrating. Don't make me say that word again. Oh, Jexy asked another question. Do you think that the Tibetan monks that committed suicide did it to escape the construct? What about Buddha and the wheel of samsara teachings? Could that be used to better understand to escape?
I don't know too much about that, but I know that the wheel involves a lot of reincarnation.
Yeah.
And I think that we should be wary of anything that involves reincarnation. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, isn't the wheel of samsara what Alan Watts was talking about in that clip? It's the cause that binds you to samsara, and so I think that's actually true. That the wheel is that same wheel that you talk about, where samsara is like the regret and living in regret, and basically living the same mistakes over and over again and never being able to get out of a bad place. And that's the same thing with reincarnation. We get the mind wipe, we live our life as best we can, we die, and then we get another mind wipe, and we just get recycled through the wheel over and over again. I have wondered in the past if certain I'm going to try not to get myself in trouble here. Certain forms of death, I'm wondering if they can allow you to escape the wheel. I don't want to say suicide, because I know suicide is generally something that's just a setback to your spiritual growth and not something that helps it grow. It's essentially giving up in the middle of your mission. Which is, in my opinion, not acceptable. But,
no, because I think what happens if you do that, then you get thrown into whatever, and any bit of control that you do have over the reincarnation process will take you even further away. So you commit suicide, and then you are some poor peasant in some third world country, and you can't complete your mission because
Mhm.
you are stuck there and you have to work through several different lives and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I think
Before you can get
that's-
back to that place
before
where you can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Before you can position yourself to pick it up where you left off.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of really good questions here. Joanna asked, can you please tell if real people can have NPC children? Yeah.
That's a toughie. But yes, since there's a limited number of organic consciousness beings in the construct, then that means that most of the new people, unless it's somebody that was organic consciousness that died and is going into that new body being born, it's probably 1 out of 100 that's organic consciousness.
Well, and here's one of the toughest things for the organic consciousness is that children create attachments, and attachments are what the AI uses to recycle you. And I think that's why a lot of traditions like Buddhism, for example, which we were just talking about, talks about detaching from attachments, and what better way to attach you than to a child. So yeah, I think it's possible. And there's some children that I know are NPCs. And there's some children that I know are organic consciousness. And I can look at them and go, wow, look at you.
Look at the little light.
Look at you. You are just incredible. And others that are like, oh, well, that's an NPC.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I treat all children the same.
Of course, yeah.
No, maybe not. The ones that are organic consciousness, I treat a little bit better. A little more. I talk to them a little deeper, like talk to a 2-year-old like on deep levels of the universe and stuff like that, and I can tell they understand what I'm saying. They can't talk back, but they're like, no, I get it. Like, you could see it in their eyes, like, oh no, I get it. I know who I am.
I remember.
Yeah, I remember. I'm not deprogrammed. I'm not completely programmed yet.
Yep.
And it's just amazing. Like, there's a few children that I look at and I'm like, wow, look at you. You guys are the future. You guys, you don't even know what you're going to do here while you're here. And there's this one girl, she's like 15. We met her on the Psychedelics and Philosophy Forum, and I can tell she's going to be one of us. And I can tell by the way she talks, by the poetry that she writes, by the things she says. She is so advanced from all the other people around her, and she's stuck in that whole, she's got NPCs all around her, and being a 15-year-old girl in this day and age with YOLO and all these different things, and she's like, I can't find anybody to be spiritual with. People just don't understand, etc. Since we're just kind of watching her from afar, going, you know what? In 10 years from now, she's gonna be something incredible. So I think you can tell. You can tell. I think everybody's got those people that they see in their lives. My niece looked at Isis.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, do you know who that is? She goes, that's the bird mama. I said, it is. You're right. It is. She's never seen Isis before. She just immediately, that's the bird mama. So, yeah, it's pretty incredible. But it works both ways, though. It works both ways. So I hope that wasn't too negative, but there's a positive and a negative.
Dusty said he works with children all the time doing freelance art in schools. I could see a small handful of organic consciousness, even some kids who are on the autistic spectrum too.
Mm-hmm.
I would go so far as to say that a lot of kids that are on the spectrum are organic consciousness. And what this is what happens when organic consciousness is having to exist in a world full of NPCs, and they don't want to shut down, and they don't want to forget who they are. And the only way they can do that is to shut down their emotions to other people, to the NPCs, cut them off from you, and just be in your own self, be in your own world until you meet other organic consciousness that can understand you. And I think that's what's happening a lot of the time with kids that are on the autism spectrum. Just my opinion, but yeah.
Another question from Dusty. Chris and Sheree. Can you sense your experience from Aya so many times now, can you now evoke the Aya energy experience without having to ingest it? Maybe give it a try or two already. I mean, you can't really invoke these experiences. So, for instance, tonight, I think we tapped into that raw consciousness element.
Something special.
A lot of the things that I was saying tonight were said from that other the raw consciousness element, and I was able to pull that in and bring it out. And I think that's why I'm having feelings of needing to purge, because I do feel, and I even look like I've been on an ayahuasca experience. But the visuals, the out of body feeling, all that, I don't think it could be reproduced without it. At least not in my particular journey. So yes and no. I mean, yes, you can tap into that place. Of course you can. But being there and tapping into it is two completely different things.
I think that you would have to basically use electrodes to activate the certain parts of the brain involved with the 5-HT, I think it's 5-HT3A release or 5-HT2A. You'd have to make that release, and then you have to turn off other things. And I don't see how it would be possible to invoke those states unless you directly touch those areas of the brain that are stimulated during an ayahuasca experience. But
yeah,
I don't think it can be invoked. I think it's deeper than what the AI can reach, which makes it inaccessible to even most NPCs. It's totally inaccessible to them, and it's inaccessible to us in our regular state. And then when we get the MAOI and the DMT together, then we're able to unlock that state. Or if we are able to reach inside of ourselves and grab it just momentarily, that just gives you a glimpse of the emotional and bodily responses of the DMT experience. But we're not getting the visions, so I don't think we can get the ayahuasca experience without the ayahuasca.
Right. The ayahuasca is like a mass download of information, and then you spend the time reconciling the information and piecing it together and figuring out exactly what you saw. Experiences like we had tonight are tapping into information that we already have and reconciling that information that we've already downloaded, for lack of a better term, with everybody out here now tonight. So it's two kind of different dynamics. We're not really pulling out new information, but rather we're going to experiences that we've had, and now we're starting to put the already acquired data points together. So it's two different dynamics, but they both work completely together. Like I couldn't imagine coming to these realizations without the collective effort of everybody and doing a show like this. I mean, I think that's the only reason why we've been able to travel so deep, because so many people are bringing their energies into all of this.
Yes, I think so too. And it's beautiful. It is a beautiful thing to watch. Sunshine On said, my impression was 923, that's an eclipse gate, was a marker point of no return. Literally no more recycling. AI and CERN breached a wave of eternal experience, disrupted divine order of multidimensional levels of consciousness.
Wow. It could be. All I know is that I changed.
I did too.
No, the eclipse was in August. 923.
923.
Was it not? Yeah, 923. That was a different date. I think the eclipse was in August, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. I don't know. But anyway, it goes. I think you might be onto something, because something is different, and the energies, it's the perfect time. Now is the time. Now.
Oh, is supposedly that great sign in the heavens that never happened?
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think anything has happened with CERN lately. I think they turned it off a long time ago. But what they were trying to do with it is very interesting. And I think they're probably using something like CERN underground, just deep underground.
I think on that
don't know
note,
about it. Yes,
we are going to wrap it up, because
yes.
I'm pretty sure everybody can tell I'm starting to
and
wind down a little bit now. And I was gonna trip tonight, but I think I'm gonna go lay on the couch and try to read.
My shoulders hurt.
I feel like I have trip tonight.
Yes, I do too.
Yeah. You guys and gals are
even my face feels flushed and everything because that's how I feel after a DMT trip.
Mm-hmm.
So
thank you very much for tuning in this evening, and we'll do another show tomorrow night as well. And please keep sending in the questions and comments and helping us
suggestions,
to
everything.
Really, unlock all these different levels of understanding, and most importantly, remember who you are, and you are everything. You are everything. Everything that people have told you that you will be, you already are. And it's about remembering who you are.
And we love you guys, and we'll leave you on that note.
Yep.
And we will see you tomorrow night.
Love each and every one of you, and it's incredible. We are going to do this. The more shows that we do, the more energy that is coming into the sphere here, the more confidence that I have in our mission here, the more that I realize, like, in thousands of lifetimes that we've come back and tried to do this, that this is the one. This is the one that's going to set it all right.
Finally, yes.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Love you.
Love you guys.